Oh, hey, bitch. Oh, excuse you. Baloney wash. I'm annoyed. I'm just here to give my opinion and carry Annie. Oh, it's Chris Avalon Unfiltered, bitch. Well, hey, everybody. Good morning to some, good afternoon to others. And welcome to a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered, a show where we basically get into all the latest going on in celebrity news, gossip, pop culture, anything that's going on in the world of entertainment and beyond. We talk about it on this here show. So, before we get started, let me move this damn wire out the way. Um, Please do me a solid, hit that like button, that subscribe button, and the notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. And we got a whole lot of tea to get to, including the latest on Justin Timberlake. There's hold on, because it's like my it's like there's a lot going on. In regards to the latest, we got the latest on Justin Timberlake, a bunch of stuff. I did a whole deep dive on him this morning, Chad. So I'm going to be bringing y'all the tea on top of the latest stuff that's going on and why I'm not buying his fake ass apology. So we got that. Plus, speaking of Mickey Mouse Club, we're going to talk about Christina Aguilera facing backlash over performing for a Russian billionaire. His girlfriend had her birthday bash, and people are mad at her. So we're going to talk about it. Plus, Diddy done scrubbed his entire IG. To me, I don't even think that's going to help his case. No way. He should have did that a while ago. But you know these people, these celebrities that live in a little bubble, they just think shit don't apply to them. So they should add, we'll talk about it. Plus, Jonathan Majors, received an award over at the Hollywood Unlocked Awards. We're going to talk about that. He broke down, he received the Perseverance Award. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. Plus, there's always been a rumor going around in regards of Sean Penn, allegedly the reason why he and Madonna broke up because he was abusive in their marriage. Well, he's finally speaking out about it. And so we're going to break that down. Plus, we got a lot of Real Housewives news. Andy Cohen's out here defending Hennifer. Meanwhile, Bennifer, Mr. Affleck, is out here getting in fights with freaking paparazzi. So we're going to talk about that. And, and he's trying to defend J-Lo's reputation, all this other stuff. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, speaking of housewives, Kandi Burruss is going in on Bravo over them suspending indefinitely Kenya Moore over that whole Revenge P and all that other stuff. Kyle Richards, is out here defending buying her 16-year-old daughter a Porsche. Portia got a Porsche. A little on brand, do you think? Or a little irony in that, as we could say. Plus, Kylie Jenner is getting mad and she's in her feelings because y'all keep making fun of her looks and things. And she don't like y'all talk about her face. The fact that how she went from an ugly duckling to a walking human Bratz doll. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Ariana Grande Cappuccino out here looking a whole, like she's not having the best year. First of all, she released a whack-ass remix with Mariah Carey. She released a whack-ass album, and then she released a whack-ass remix to The Boy Is Mine with Brandy and Monica. And now she out here tomorrow, she want to have dinner with Jeffrey Dahmer. And the Peoples is reading her for points all over social media. So we're going to talk about that. Plus, Suri Cruz is over her deadbeat-ass daddy. And the funny part is nobody in this industry is talking about the fact that Tom Cruise is a bum and a deadbeat who rather put a fake ass religion like Scientology over his damn child, and how she was like, well, fuck him. He ain't never been in my life. And now I have decided to drop Cruz and I'm going by Suri Noel, as she should. And there seems to be an ongoing situation with a lot of celebrity kids ditching their daddies. There's a couple of them. So we're going to talk about that and a whole lot more. Plus, Daniel Craig has a movie coming out that I've been hearing about for a while called Queer. It's the next film from Luca Guadagnino, who's really been killing it out here. Like Call Me by Your Name. He had that movie, what was it, Challengers with my Virgo sister Zendaya, which I have not seen yet, but I've heard great things about it. And now he's got this big, highly anticipated LGBT movie. Well, it's a gay movie, a queer film, and they talking about the sex scenes is on a popping up in there. And I'm living for it because it's been a while since we had some real good content out here. Look, the music, the gays is coming out and just unapologetically being themselves. Breeders be damned with they being all upset about us being liberated and free in our shit. And the fact that we just be out here fucking unapologetically. If y'all don't like it, oh well. There's Y'all could sit and spin on that, basically. And now they're doing it in the movies. So we got that and a whole lot more. And plus, if there's anything going on while we live streaming, because I was like trying to pull stuff together, and this is all stuff that popped up over the weekend. So if anything pops up throughout the day, that's some breaking news. Y'all know what to do. Slide it down in the situation, and we'll talk about it on the live chat. And of course, I had to get my Red Bull. Even though I was a child, I already had 2 cups of coffee, and now I'm drinking a Red Bull. So if I start going around like Mighty Mouse, y'all know why, because I need all this damn energy and things. You know, I love my iced coffee. I had to have it this morning. I'm so addicted to coffee. I literally had to go to the supermarket this morning and buy like the Starbucks coffee situation because you know sometimes I was like I got to give my wallet a break because I do live in Starbucks. And I'm always ordering like I'll go to the gym, work out, and then I'll get my macchiato among other things, and then I eat like the healthy little sandwiches that they be having and stuff. And sometimes so I got to give it a break. So I was like, let me just start buying coffee and making it. But I need to know how to make iced coffee. I think with iced coffee, what from what I've been told, I think what you do is you can make the iced coffee and well, you can make the hot coffee in a pot, which I do have a big thing of Bustelo. Make the coffee, let it sit out, and then I can put it in a pitcher and just throw it in the refrigerator. Because I drink coffee, like I'll do creams and every now and again, but for the most part, I love black coffee. I think I get that from my father, actually. My father loves black coffee. He will drink it straight, nothing in it. And it's actually pretty good because what it does is it cleans out the system and helps you go right to the bathroom. And some people be making issues. I'm like, well, child, let it cleanse my insides. And I remember, I think I was watching Perez Hilton the other day. I was like, well, damn, he and I got that in common. He says like that for breakfast, he'll literally just have like a iced coffee and that's it. I'm like, I do the same thing sometimes, and that actually helps. Like it suppresses my eating if I just have coffee for breakfast and I can go for hours without putting food in my system. But you ain't gonna see me out here doing that dumb Usher shit where he talking about he only drinks water on Wednesdays and he don't eat. Boy, if you don't get off my line with that foolishness. But anyway, I see we got some comments. Hey Robert, he said good morning. Don't forget, child. Before we get into it, okay. The Austin Wolf stuff, I'm gonna say this. See, this is what I do a lot of times. Like when we have conversations, I'll put things out there on my social media. So if you're not following me on Facebook, chill, y'all be missing half the damn situation. So, and it's in the comments down below, like not in the comments, it's in the description and stuff down below on the YouTube if you're actually live streaming from YouTube. So, I did put a APB out and I was asking questions about the whole Austin Wolf situation. And my source who told me the tea about Ricky Martin and the fact that he likes him young too when he go to Colombia, because a friend of mine is a designer out in Colombia and he works with a lot of models who turn out to also do OnlyFans and things of that nature. And so so of course when I put the tea on there, chair, he hit me up and even showed me a picture of the boy that one of them that he actually turned down because he said he was 24. So I'm not going to tell you who my friend is and the source because you know, I protect my sources. Just like I got tea on Madonna and this whole situation that's going around this week, and I can't say a damn word because I've been sworn to secrecy. So I know tea about Madonna this week at an event that Esther is DJing, but I can't say nothing because I've been sworn to. Well, I told a little, but I can't say the whole tea because I know the rehearsal date and a whole bunch of shit. So I got to keep it to myself. But for the most part, what he said. Because I'm looking in my he said about the porn star, he's weird. He came to Colombia and only requested 18 or younger to tape without requesting, and this is alleged. So I'm gonna say alleged to protect my ass because ain't nobody trying to file no damn lawsuit. And he said he even asked for the ID. So I asked as confirmation, he requested underage girls, and then I mean underage girls. Well, why does this kept? We do call the gays the girls, right? So he said. So I asked, he requested underage models and didn't ask for ID. He said, exactly, no tattoos and no body here. And so I said, and then he said, that's why he left to Colombia and flew to Mexico. Now, if y'all do be paying attention to the situation, um, there were times that Austin was doing like a big festival type stuff, like a content creator type of situation where he would, I think it was Mexico City, some part of Mexico, and he basically would have people come in and they will all kind of like just get in a place together and they would just film content. So basically, when he goes to Mexico, he said the law is more permissive. In here, almost no agency or content creator went to take with him because you can't do the whole no ID situation in Colombia. They're real strict and stuff with that. But I guess what he was saying was when you go to Mexico, they're a little more lenient. And then he goes, and so I said, people have been in his comments reading him about always pursuing guys that look underage. Because I remember there was a video I saw the other day, and even another friend hit me up too, was that he asked, well, you're 18, right? Like, are you sure? Like, I'm like, well, damn, did you even ask? Like, check the fucking ID. I'm not somebody that goes around just being like, so you 18, right? And you say it on camera. Meanwhile, you sticking your dick up in them because them little boys make your penis look bigger. But my thing is like, just look at the fucking identification. Confirm it. They got them little machines that you be taking to the club when they be making sure that your ass is actually of age, because a lot of people do be running around here with fake IDs. Like, you really got to check, you really have to be on your shit, because people will come and they will try to destroy your career or make accusations about you that's not necessarily true. So you have to be careful in the type of stuff that you put out there. And then he said that, so I was like, because I did say something about how I ran into him on my way to the gym, and he says, "I know I saw him a few times in Medellin. He has something going on. One of my models almost passed to shoot with him, but he rejected him for his age." And then he said, and so I said, "Also rejected him." He said, "Yeah, too old." So basically, too old being that he was 24. So, child, I feel like it's only a matter of time before that tea start coming out and people start talking. But this is why I said y'all need to be real careful with the stuff that y'all put out here in these streets in regards of like the type of content. Now I know maybe because in the contrast, Austin looks good having relations with some of these boys that look petite. As my friend likes to say, he don't say petite. He said petite. He says petite. Pateek, which I always find a cackle. He said he petite. So maybe because the contrast it does on camera, people like that. The fact that A, they're young, B, they look, yeah, they're young looking, they look underage, and there's this ongoing thing that's been going on since the dawn of time. I don't know why all of a sudden everybody making a big deal out of it, but back in the day when I was growing up, there was this whole thing about twinks and the celebration of that, and the fact that a lot of that daddy son fantasy thing has always existed in porn. Now I know people just have an issue with it or whatever it is, and that, and don't get me wrong, I'm not really into the whole twink porn. I've never been really into twink porn. I've always been somebody who was always into older guys when I was that age. So I totally get it, but you play up that fantasy. There's people out. Look, I remember even when I was like 24, 25, I still looked like I was like 12. It's the genes. I always look younger than my actual age. So that whole thing works, but I'm not going to go around with no damn Bailey Lip. But I'm not fucking with no something like, look, what was it? Brent Corrigan went through that, where you was like underage and doing porn on. You see what happened with that. So I wouldn't do it. So anyway, there goes. This is definitely not Ariana's year. The home record, child, we definitely gonna break that down. And her public image is just like, yeah, the music and stuff is cute or whatever, but it's just like her as a person. She a mess. Are you talking about Mike? Mike Kelman, who is good with him. But that's not where I got my tea from. I got my tea from. Damn, I can't say. I'll say this. I got my information from someone who is close to someone who actually has worked with Esther on how to help with her whole DJing and all that other stuff. So there's a whole, I know people who know people who know people. So it's always a sixth degree of somebody. Even though I personally never met Madonna, I know a lot of people who have worked with her and have done a lot of things behind the scenes. So I can't really reveal my source. So I can't really say the stuff that I want to say. So I got to keep it to myself. So I'm going to let it go. Y'all ain't hearing nothing from me in this episode. So anyway, hold on. Oh wait, let me hit my banner because we went on for a good 15 minutes, but it was like I need to get that Austin Wolf stuff out of the way so we can go and pursue the rest of the episode. And let's get into our first topic chat. And let's talk about Justin Timberlake finally addressing the allegations and all that other stuff. So I said over the weekend, I was like, you know what? When Justin Timberlake actually takes the time to go and actually do his show in Chicago. What's going to happen is he's going to address the elephant in the room. He has no choice but to address the pink elephant in the room. And the pink elephant in the room is the DWI allegations and all this other stuff. So now we have found out some tea in regards to that. But first things first, because I don't want to spend like I did the other day, where I broke this shit down for like a half an hour. I'm hoping that I can zhuzh it all up in one big bowl. So we're going to try to do that. But of course, we can't do the episode without pulling up the infamous mugshot, because that's what we do over here. So Justin, went and did the whole show. He did his show on Friday in Chicago. And basically he addressed the audience, but they said it wasn't until like an hour into the show that he actually, he was up there strumming his pain with his fingers with the guitar. And then he broke down. And so, he started crying. I'm sure it was all part of his acting. I don't believe that he was actually remorseful. And I'm going to tell you why, because we're going to break down the history of Justin Timberlake. And I actually linked one of the videos that I saw where I did a deep dive. I put it in the description of today's show. So when y'all look in, you see my Cash App and all that other stuff, and my links to all my websites that you can follow me on if you haven't. And please do me a favor, since I forgot to do that, hit that like button, subscribe button, notification button, so that way y'all know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avila Unfiltered. It definitely helps with the algorithm and things of that nature, and it definitely helps me out with this show and the fact that I can monetize the channel. But anyway, back to this. He said, it's been a tough week. This is what he told the United Center crowd. He says, I know I'm hard to love sometimes. And okay, well, he said what he said, and of course the audience applauded. Justin could have just said, fart in my mouth, and y'all would have sat up there and clapped, because that's what a lot of these fickle ass fans do. Y'all get up there, you applaud, do the Lady Gaga choreography and everything, and y'all just eat it up, and he could say whatever. But is he truly remorseful? Over the years of me watching Justin Timberlake, I do not believe that he was remorseful for what he did. I think he's upset that he got caught in his situation. But do I feel like he's 110% sorry? No, because he's never truly taken accountability for anything he's done in whatever he's been in trouble with stuff. And I remember I said, because it's, he's white, male, attractive. Well, so somebody in my comment, you shady for that. They were like, I don't think Justin's all that cute or all that attractive. But I'm saying, I'm just pointing out the beats of why people like Justin get away with they get away with. Whether you think he's attractive or not, that's up to you, because everything isn't for everybody. What you find, one person's trash, another one's treasure. Look, somebody out there think Flavor is hot. So, with all them kids he got. So, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. That's what I truly believe. I don't believe that there's ugly people that actually exist. I'm just like, you ain't for me. Or is that just me trying to be politically correct? Which I don't normally do on the show, but I'm feeling my oats today. So I'm like in a good mood. So that's probably why I'm not being as shady. But who knows? It may slither out every now and again, because it wouldn't be Chris Avila Unfiltered if I wasn't giving a little shade. So, he said what he said. But then, of course, over the weekend, after the show, whatever, I think it was Saturday or whatever, then we got a picture of the cop who basically arrested Justin. And looking at him, I'm like, first of all, when did who did I say? Damn, I forgot. The queen, one of the queens from Drag Race, I said he looked like Elliot with two T's. That's what I said. I said, why he giving Elliot with two T's realness in this thing? But first of all, and what I didn't find out, but I was like, I kind of feel like, why am I not surprised? So they said that the guy who arrested him, he was stopped by the same cop minutes before his arrest. So the guy told him, and this is what has been known, I guess what they were saying about this cop, is that he is someone who gives people warnings before he arrests them. He didn't just go out of his way to arrest Justin. He said the Crimea River singer was initially stopped by police just minutes before his arrest on Tuesday morning. They said he was stopped and advised not to drive. This is what a source reportedly said on Timberlake. The officer didn't recognize him. He's a young guy, and he still gave Justin a break because he didn't pose an immediate danger. The source claimed the officer thought the stop was the end of it and that the singer would get a ride home. The officer reportedly went on to patrol a different area and only several minutes later saw Timberlake again. What a dumbass, the source told the outlet. Said, I'm thinking he could afford a driver. How's that for entitlement? Well, first of all, everybody done said that, except Gayle King, her, Mammy Gayle. That's what I'm going to start calling her, because she be acting more like a damn mammy than a black woman successful with some damn sense. Her and Oprah being the Negro apologists that they have become over the last couple of years, well, probably throughout their whole damn career, because everybody be calling Oprah out on a lot of the shit she's done in the past, where they look back on it and say she's problematic. And this is why the one thing about the internet is a blessing and a curse, because I feel like when you bring up things, especially about the internet, people will dig over some shit that went back in the day, and they'll find the stuff and they'll stitch it together, and we'll talk about it. And it's like, well, here, look, all the stuff about this particular person, whoever the celebrity is, they're like, this is why people don't like them. And when you look back on it, especially with Justin, you realize he's been a problem since probably the beginning of his career. And I'm going to point out all the things once we get through the story. So, then they said that, well, we already know about him getting, the being stopped. The police officer, was asked to perform the police officer asked Timberlake to perform a number of field sobriety tests. Court documents indicated that the singer performed poorly. He was also asked to blow into a breathalyzer, which he declined. They said he declined it. He was asked numerous times by the officer. I think they asked him like 3 or 4 times, and he declined every time. So then after that, he was arrested and taken into custody. He was arrested at Sag Harbor Village. They also heard that his attorney is fighting is going to fight the case or whatever. Justin's not going into rehab because, he's got the tour and everything that's going on. And what I've found hilarious, that a lot of the people, they said his fans, but first of all, I don't think his fans will do this. The fans, the fans are like the stands. They all are in the bubble. Y'all will sit and just ignore all the issues with him. You'll enable him and whatever the case is. But the people that kind of have given Justin the side eye, and I really feel like this shit has really started to turn around, and Justin's karma has been coming slowly but surely since 2014. So this is the past 10 years that it's all kind of just been rearing its ugly head. I just think that Justin got his comeuppance once Britney dropped the Woman in Me memoir. So, people have been turning his legal troubles into cash by creating merch with his public mugshot on it. Speaking of which, Travis Scott did the same thing, but I think he did it himself. And he started selling merch, which I thought was hilarious. First of all, the way to get ahead of some shit is if I was to get arrested, and I have been arrested before, so there's no reason for me to I think it was because I was under the influence of alcohol and I was fighting at the bar. I told her this story. If I was in a situation like me, I would have just poked fun at the whole situation. Like, shit happens, I would have been selling merch on my website. I wouldn't take the shit serious. And I think people love that. I think people love when you don't take yourself seriously. The minute you do, it's like, we're going to keep pouncing on you. So they said in the photo, the troll star has this, well, we already saw the glassy eye look. Now, several sellers on Etsy, an e-commerce website known for homemade products, have begun to print the mugshot on shirts, glasses, and more. TMZ reported that some have printed the photo alongside quotes from Timberlake's songs, including Cry Me a River. One shirt said, I'm bringing Tipsy back, which is hilarious. And then there was another one that I saw too, where there was a guy. Wait, what was it? Oh, damn, what was the other one that I saw? There was one that I saw, it was a whole bunch of, now the damn thing, I lost my train of thought because what I was trying to do was trying to pull up this thing that I had saw, which had all the tea. Oh, yeah. So this is what I was looking for. So they talked about the lawyer, Ed Burt, who he hired for the case. So it said, and this was from the Sun because they had all the tea. They said Justin's attorney has represented a gamut of notable names out east. So the many cases he handled, and these are a lot of people who were deemed problematic, which goes to show, like, I said this about Diddy. Diddy hiring an attorney that the reputation of the past people that he's represented, I'm like, this ain't good. Same thing with Justin. So in 2015, the attorney represented a pre-hashtag MeToo era Matt Lauer in his fight for his watermill neighbors to plant trees along his property in an effort to combat noise from adjoining properties that was spooking his horses. In 2017, Ed represented Harvey Weinstein in a fender bender incident in a parking lot in the Hamptons where the disgraced movie mogul allegedly tried to drive away. In 2001, this was the legendary case. He represented Lizzie Grubman, a nightlife publicist whose car careened into a crowd of 16 people in front of the Hamptons Club before fleeing the scene. I remember they did an episode of Law and Order SVU about that. So yeah, this is who his attorney is. And yeah, so there's been a lot of, and this is the one that I want to tell y'all. And this is the funny thing too. I do love the line where they said not all heroes wear capes. But then there's been some video stuff that's been popping up about Justin being intoxicated on many incidences. And I have those clips. So I'm gonna bring that up. There's one where he was on TikTok. Well, I don't know why the shit closed, but I'm gonna pull that up where y'all can see where he looked hot and Cooter Brown. They said that his eyes was popping out of his head like Wendy Williams back in the day. And I'm like, child. Yeah, so it was this picture. I don't know if y'all they say he looked a hot ass bed, like the eyes was iron. But this is the video, so please hold. Because a lot of people have been running around here saying this is a recent video of him doing this. This is actually not true. This was him performing in Vegas. And this was like, yeah, he had performed in Vegas and he was basically, drunk, or they say he looked drunk, but he's all sweaty, which would make sense because I'm like, first of all, when you perform it as an artist in the marinas, whatever, it's hotter than 3 shades of hell up in there. So I could totally get that he's going to sweat. Because trust and believe, if I was in Justin Timberlake position and I was up in there performing and shit, all them damn clothes on, that's another thing with you boring ass pop stars. Y'all wear too many goddamn clothes. Me up in there, me hitting the gym and stuff, I'm not wearing no suit being all hot. Y'all gonna put me in a wife beater, some tight ass slacks when my waist is cinched. I'm gonna be giving y'all sex and all that other stuff. But Justin Timberlake is one of them pop stars. I'm gonna say porn star. He's one of them pop stars that's just boring. So that's what he gonna do. That's the way he gonna dress and all that other stuff. So yeah, when you doing all of that, your ass gonna be hotter than Cooter Brown, higher than Cooter Brown. That's what they were saying that he looked. Like he was in there, like he was on, the Tina Snow, the cocaina, the booger sugar, riding a white horse. They said he was doing all those things. Now, I don't know if that's true, but I do speculate that I do think it's more than, alcohol that's probably in his system. I wouldn't be surprised if that is what it is that he was up in there, doing or whatever. Because look, I don't put nothing past these damn celebrities. A lot of them be up in there doing all kinds of shit before they get on stage and perform. So I don't think it was just alcohol. But because that's what they said that he's on, we gonna go with it. I did write down the name of the actual drink. They said, yeah, because there was a reason why they were saying that, what? He wasn't up in there just drinking, or he said he only had one damn drink. And they said he wasn't lying. According to the bartender, they said he did have one drink. From what I heard, it was a Vespa Martini. Now, I've never had a Vespa Martini, but what I've heard is it's the equivalent of like 2 shots. And there have been drinks that I have drank before where it was just straight up liquor. Like I've done gin martinis. I love a gin martini. When I used to go to the Web, which was like an Asian gay club, that was what I would drink. I would do like a, like a gin martini, whatever the case was. Bombay Sapphire is what I would drink. So maybe he's a lightweight, or maybe he's one of those situations where some people heavily drink and then they take a break from drinking, and then it's your body is like really craving it. So it's like you can go weeks or months or whatever without a drink, and then you'll just have one drink, and then all of a sudden that shit will just do shit to your body that you ain't real because you're so accustomed to drinking. in regards of the alcohol or whatever the case is. So I think that's probably what had happened. But I want to show y'all this other clip that I came across on Twitter of Justin Timberlake. This is like back in the day. This is about a while ago. I don't know exactly when it transpired, but it was a long time ago. And I know a lot of people was trying to equate it with recent, but I'm like, no, I can look at the video and I can look at him where it's like, no, he don't look that good now. He looked like he's a little tattered. So yeah, and then it was like he was on his way to the, what do you call it? He was on his way to his tour bus and he was all out of it. So yeah, here's this clip. Please hold.
Can you back out the way?
No, I didn't get it, man. I didn't get it, man.
Just walk out the way.
Just one shot, man, please.
I gave you guys shots before
Come on, bro.
I walked in.
Come on, bro.
And if you're too lazy, too lazy to be the paparazzi that gets the shots when I go in, that's on you.
Come on, Justin.
Oh my God.
All right, baby.
It's your last stop.
It's the last stop, yeah.
I'll see you soon, man. All right.
Well, he clearly can't see. And I think maybe what that was the fact that, you know what, maybe they were trying to clear it up that, oh, we don't want you to look like you all that drunk and stuff out here in these streets. And with him, you know, having a couple of drinks up there, they were trying to find ways to cover it up. But it's like, you out here walking to your tour bus, speaking slurred English, being loud, being obnoxious. So he's one of those type of drunks. He's the type of drunk that, you know, will sit out here and just be all loud and sloppy and stuff with it. And, you know, those obnoxious drunks, which I do find a cackle. But one of the things I will have to say is that, you know what, I feel like a lot of Justin's situation is coming back to haunt him is because of the way he has behaved since the beginning of his career and not wanting to take responsibility for his actions. Like, I was even looking back on it when I watched that deep dive video that I posted in my description, was that I truly believe that Justin has never loved any of the women that he's ever been in relationships with. I truly do not believe he loved Britney. I think the thing with him is that with many of the women that he's been with, he's never, I think he did not like being upstaged. He didn't like being upstaged by Britney. Britney was the biggest star, always was. Even back when, you know, when it came to the Mickey Mouse Club and other stuff, you know, he was like a squirrel trying to get a nut like the rest of them. When he was on that show with Britney and Christina and Ryan Gosling and Kerry Russell and so many others, and JC Chazé, can't forget him. You know, he basically was trying to find ways to stand out and become that big solo star. He even said in the past that I feel like he got with NSYNC because that was his way of getting his foot in the door. So he joined NSYNC, but he always had in the back of his mind, he said this in an interview, that he always wanted to be a solo star. He finally got that seal, you know, that stamp of approval from Michael Jackson, because I believe he wanted to do Gone with him, but it was already cut as an NSYNC track. And he was like, if you want to come on it as a feature, whatever the case was, you can do that. But Michael wanted to, he said, this is what Justin said. He swears that Michael wanted to do the duet with him. But he said the song was already cut. It is what it is. It's in the gate. I also forgot to mention the author's name is Michael Arkinson, who is 23 years old, and he has been known as, you know, well, basically labeled as the Sag Harbor Nazi and a little redheaded dipshit. So I wanted to point that out there before I get to the rest of the Justin story, because people in the neighborhood apparently have a problem with this Michael guy, because apparently he's doing his job and he's like, you know what, I don't give a fuck how much money y'all have. You're not above the law. You're not beyond reproach. And people like Justin and all these other people, where y'all walk around like your shit don't stink, he basically is putting it out there that's like, no, you're not beyond reproach. If you're not going to do what needs to be done, because you could put somebody's life in danger, you're going to get what's coming to you. And oh my God, like, people are shocked because a cop out here is really doing his job and is not trying to kiss these celebrities' asses. Say it isn't so. And the fact that I felt like they were trying to find ways of putting this information out there as to dox this cop, because, you know, I don't know if he's receiving harassment, whatever the case is, but I hope he doesn't bow down and give in to these clowns and continue to do his job, because there needs to be people out here that we know are not afraid to hold everybody accountable, that we're all on equal playing field. Like, I don't care how much money you got in your account, you are not beyond being held responsible for the things that you've done, because God forbid if Justin went out there and actually unalived someone with his car. How you getting out of that? Like, you thinking you Caitlyn Jenner or somebody like that, where you could just, create homicide with your vehicle and all is forgiven? They'll continue to bring it up. But anyway, to get back to the whole thing about Justin and all other stuff with his career. So to give y'all the timeline, he basically, when he got with Britney, he wasn't liking the fact that Britney was upstaging him in a lot of the situations, because at the end of the day, when you look back on their relationship, Britney was the bigger pop star. People were living for her. Whenever he was next to her, people was always got the microphone on her face, and he was just the boyfriend, because he wasn't taken seriously as that star yet. And so, when he went off and he wrote all those songs about her, talking about he wrote Gone because Britney was gone for 5 hours at the damn salon. I'm like, she's a girl. So you getting mad at her because she getting her hair done, her nails done, her feet done, her fingernails done, her toes done. She getting the whole glam situation. It's like, she's a girl. That's what girls do. They be going, my sister and, all of them, my sister loves going to the salon and my mother loves going to the salon. Like, I know how women are. They love getting all glammed up. And if they go and get glammed up, they're going to be gone for a while. So I don't know why he getting upset over that. And then when I heard that he broke up with Britney via text, I was like, you piece of shit. And then on top of that, he was trying to make her out to be like she was the cheater and all this other stuff, trying to find ways to use their relationship for clout, which Britney does bring up in The Woman in Me, that she felt like he used her as sort of like a blueprint to basically come up with Justified and all those songs where he bashed her and stuff in the press. And then people like Diane Sawyer and all these other people made it seem like Britney was this whore that was running around cheating, when everybody knows now that it was Mr. Timberlake who couldn't keep his dick in his damn pants because he was out there allegedly cheating on her. And Britney alludes to this in her book. So now it's like she's finally been vindicated after all the years that this little boy ran around lying on her ass. Back then he was a little boy, so that's what I'm referring at it as. Now he a grown ass man who's getting all the accountability held up to him, because I told you, once that Peter Pan situation disappears and you start looking older than your actual age, because Justin don't look 43, he look 53, and that's all them years away in tear. And I guess being white, because a lot of them, no shade, y'all age like rotten milk. Some of you, when you don't take care of your skin and you don't take care of yourself, and you can't tell me that this is a one-time situation, because alcohol will age your ass, depending on who it is. So this ain't the first time at his rodeo when it comes to the alcohol. Now, moving on from Britney, he had gotten in many other relationships. Then I didn't know this, T. So apparently he was competing with like a lot of his Mickey Mouse people. He wanted to be taken seriously as the comedian. Ryan Gosling was someone who was also like the comedic type when he was on the Mickey Mouse Club, so he really couldn't go into that space. And everybody knows, when you look at Ryan Gosling is the funny one. He tore it up on that season, I think it was the season finale he did of Saturday Night Live. People ain't talking about Justin Timberlake's recent stint on Saturday Night Live, even though he's done it 5 times. And there was a point where I didn't even know this, based off the deep dive that I did. Ryan Gosling, he wasn't doing a whole sing and dancing situation, because that was the territory that Justin jumped in. So he's like, you know what? I'm going to go in and I'm going to be an actor. So that was his way in. Justin apparently didn't like that, because he wanted, I guess, be the big celebrity or whatever the case is, and he wanted to overshadow all of his Mickey Mouse Club people. So he tried to jump into the whole acting thing. His acting career never really took off. He did The Social Network, he did all these other little films, but Justin's career as an actor never truly popped off. He excelled more in the music world, and that's because what I've been saying for the longest is that he stepped over so many people to get there. He's real good at throwing people under the bus. So if you ever get behind the wheel of a bus and Justin Timberlake is there, do not get in that bus, because he will run your ass over when the opportunity presents itself. He's good at throwing motherfuckers under a bus. Britney Spears, Janet Jackson. And the funny thing is, speaking of Janet Jackson, let's bring up Nipplegate, because then they brought up the whole thing about, shortly after, when Madonna brought up Christina Aguilera, and nobody, no shade, but, I live for you, Christina, but nobody remembers the kiss between y'all, because it was all about getting Justin's reaction when we were at the VMAs. And everybody who watched VMAs back then, we all know that it was all about getting that moment. Before there was internet and viral and all that stuff, it was always about them moments. So it was a viral moment before we even knew what a viral moment was. So things always happen at the VMAs, and that's why a lot of people will we look forward toward the VMAs back then, because that's what, it was always about whatever craziness was going to go on. That was a big moment. He said he wasn't bothered. Boy, you were bothered, because we remember looking at the facial expression when Britney and Madonna kissed. And we saw your face, you was tight, because it was a moment that she got her comeuppance at your expense. When you was out here in the press talking so much shit about her. And there have been many times where he's taunted her, where he even saying, may she rest in peace, Amy Winehouse's rehab on stage. And here's the gag, because I saw this video this morning, and I really wish I would have thought about it. I was like, I don't want to bring it up or have the video clip. But there was, Amy Winehouse was at the Grammys. I believe she was nominated alongside Justin Timberlake for What Goes Around Comes Around, and they showed Amy's face. Y'all can look it up on Twitter because it's there. And she goes, is that what it's called? What's going around comes around. And she gave this look like, boy, bye. Like she knew Justin was a piece of shit because she reacted stink to the whole What Goes Around Comes Around nomination at the Grammys. When she was nominated also, she was up on the stage with her band. I think she had just performed or whatever the case was, so they left her up there. She was backstage or whatever. So she threw a little dagger in Justin's direction. And I truly feel like all of this is because Justin wanted to be loved so much that he was willing to throw everybody under the bus to get that acceptance. But you out here looking like a whole clown now. So then there was the whole thing with, the Britney thing. He went on all these shows, including Sharon Osbourne. He was talking to her. I wasn't impressed. I really wish they would have really pushed the boundary and really came up with something. And the funny part of this clip was when I saw it, Sharon Osbourne was like, oh yeah, like flash people or something. Prelude to Nipplegate. I'm like, child, why you put that out in the universe? Because that's what happened. So then all of a sudden, him and Janet, because I guarantee you he went to Janet at the Super Bowl situation. And he was bothered by the whole Britney kissing thing and was like, we got to come up with something that's going to really go viral. And I believe he and Jenna hatched a plan about the whole Nipplegate thing, because right after the performance, he got on stage and was like, oh yeah, we wanted to give y'all something to talk about. So he was all for it until it backfired. Then he backpedaled and was like, I'm appalled. I didn't know all this was going to happen. This was all her fault. Didn't take no accountability. Threw her ass under the bus. Les move his bitch ass. Thank God that his career's been destroyed, because he's a damn, abuser allegedly, and was out here doing all kinds of shit. So I'm glad the chickens came to roost for his ass. Went and tried to basically destroy Janet's career while his career soared. So there was all these things that was going on over the years. And then they brought up the whole situation where I didn't even know he hooked up with Jessica Simpson. So Jessica Simpson went on an interview and through shade at Justin was talking about Justin and her had a kiss. They had a brief moment. They hooked up or whatever the case was. He kissed her. And she said that right after they kissed, his bitch ass got on the phone and was texting. Come to find out, he was texting Ryan Gosling, saying he won a bet, because back when they was 12 on the Mickey Mouse Club, they had a bet on who was going to get to kiss Jessica Simpson first. And then Jessica went and said that he went and, she actually thought that Ryan was more attractive, but she was really trying to connect with Justin. But Justin, of course, everything with him is always about a notch or him trying to get over on something or trying to compete with other people. So he's got that very competitive situation. And what I did not know also is that JC Chasez's career suffered because of what Justin did at the Super Bowl. He was supposed to perform, I forget the name of the event they were supposed to do, but they ended up canceling because of the whole thing that happened with Justin. And JC went in the interview, was like, he don't understand why. He's like, whatever happened with that, I was just as shocked as everybody else, but I don't know why I had to suffer. And it's like, wait, he's a part of NSYNC. What the fuck does Justin being a part of this group, or him trying to go solo so bad because he really wanted to be that solo star, because then finally he'd be out of the shadow of Britney Spears. What that got to do with JC? So his career, that whole schizophrenic era that we was all trying to get him to come up with, that didn't happen because it came out around the time of all of that. His career suffered, and everybody was just kind of like, but I don't know. I'm like, well, where did Justin was at? he must be good at slobbing the knob, because I just don't understand how that boy was able to just slither his way out of there. He must got a good head game. So all of that, plus he was with Cameron Diaz, dating her. That was another relationship that didn't do well, because Cameron Diaz was a big movie star. But then once she started dating him, her movie choices started to dwindle. And I think it's because Justin had a problem with her doing all the work. So he wanted somebody, I guess, to be at home and not be working as much. So his career he could be the breadwinner, he could have the bigger career, and you'd have to dilute and bring down your cachet for him. But that didn't last long, because apparently they went to a Vanity Fair party and Cameron cussed his ass out when she found out he was out there laying low and spreading it wide with Jessica Biel. So all this shit is starting to come out now. Jessica was the other woman. And now you see what she going through. Alicia Wainwright, he cheated on her with her, allegedly, and all these other girls. And now Jessica has it, or probably has since the beginning of their marriage, has it in the contract that anytime Justin is caught out there slipping it and laying low and spreading it wide with other women, she gets $500,000. So with all this tea and stuff that's coming out, especially with the Sun talking about with her timeline, because the Sun put out this. They were like, Jessica and Justin have had a rocky relationship but have been married for over 10 years, which is a long time in Hollywood. Justin and Jessica first started dating in 2007 after they met on a ski trip. But then, of course, this was during his relationship with Cameron Diaz. Funny how y'all didn't bring that up. They said they only lasted a few years and broke up in 2011. However, Justin and Jessica reunited in November of that year, and 1 month later they were engaged. Justin proposed on a trip to Montana. Less than 1 year later, the couple tied the knot on October 19, 2012 in southern Italy. In 2014, she became pregnant with their first child. They had Silas Randall Timberlake on April 11, 2015. In 2019, the relationship took a bit of a hit when Justin was seen holding hands with his Palmer co-star Alicia Wainwright. However, Justin and Jessica made it through and welcomed their second child, of course, because, like I said, she had the damn clause in the contract. He had to pay her. Which is why her ass ain't going nowhere, because quiet as it's kept, Jessica Biel's career never really took off. Yeah, she became popular because she was Mary Camden over there on Seventh Heaven, but after that, she kept doing movies and they were flop after flop after flop. Now she's busy doing, straight to Hulu TV shows or Amazon Prime flicks or whatever the case is, and that's why she is his equal, because you know what? Justin will always be the A-list star, and Jessica Biel will always be behind him in a lot of situations, which is why their relationship works, because he finally found somebody that he can keep beneath him as long as he continues to flourish. However, all the tea is starting to come out about him. So now everybody's holding him accountable. So they, she was on The View in May of this year, and she opened up about how their marriage is a work in progress, and they try to find a balance when Justin's on the road. So yeah, she was blowing a whole bunch of bullshit up them lady asses, and the ladies, them clucking hens over at The View are just going to take whatever they say at face value, because what else they going to do? So I'll tell you, when I did that deep dive, child, I gagged over the situation. And this is why I've always had my foot on Justin's neck throughout his entire situation, because he's never fully taken responsibility and owned up to the situation. And now you see, like, Ryan Gosling's career is really taking off. And especially, he was Oscar nominated. He did Ken in the Barbie movie, which, sidebar, some people were saying that Justin Timberlake literally is Ken in the Barbie movie, because he's someone who, once he discovered the patriarchy, when he leaves Barbie land and he goes out into the real world and discovers the patriarchy, the misogyny starts, the throwing the women under the bus, the treating ladies like shit. He's always treated women like shit. He's never truly had respect for women. He's never truly respected Britney. He's taunted her, gaslit her, love bombed her, done a lot of things to her over the years, and this is why people have not forgiven him. Especially and then also the cultural appropriation stuff that started coming out, especially when Jesse Williams did his speech over at the BET Awards, and then Justin jumped in the whole comments about, I guess trying to act like he was, oh yeah, he preaching to the choir, whatever he said, what he said back then, and people dragged him in the comments talking about Justin is you the main one that has appropriated the black culture, the cornrows, the bandanas. Yeah, boy, faux shit. Remember when Michelle Williams did that infamously in the audio book, faux shit. Like, I still cackle to this day, because it's hilarious. Like, I can imagine him doing that, and how he was so enamored by hip hop culture. And, the people like Timberlake and Pharrell that helped him get to that point. And now he's basically, people only know him from the Troll song at this point. So it was a whole deep dive, a whole breakdown. I cackled at the whole situation. I was like, you know what? The chickens have come home to roost. And now I'm at this point of like, what do y'all actually think that at this point Justin needs to do in order to rehabilitate his career? Like, I feel like at this point what he's going to have to do, he's really going to have to really own up and take accountability for his actions. But I can't see him doing that because to me, I feel like he's a grade A narcissist. There was somebody, Miley Cyrus, who said that she developed that trait from her father, being a narcissist. I don't buy that because truly believe what I believe. First of all, I've heard nothing but great things about Miley. I've heard she's a nice girl, that she's very professional. She, you know, there's no issue. You ain't gonna hear no nasty negative stuff about Miley. So I love that because I'm a Miley fan, and I don't want that kind of stench to be on her. But I think she was just trying to look for something. But I just don't feel like she is problematic in that way because here's the thing about narcissists. Narcissists are unaware of their narcissism. Justin Timberlake gives me complete obliviousness when it comes to him being a narcissist. I think he's a narcissist and a sociopath. And people like Donald Trump, that's a grade A narcissist, someone who is completely unaware of their narcissism. So I don't think that Miley is a narcissist. I just think she was just looking for something to say to have a comparison with her father or something or another. But yeah, when I look at someone like a Justin, I think he's a grade A narcissist. So when I look at, you know, this in this situation, I just feel like he has to truly humble himself and truly show who he is. But I don't feel like he's done that. I feel like maybe the reason why he drowns his sorrows at the bottom of a bottle is because I think it's a case of imposter syndrome. I just think like for all these years, he's done whatever he could to step all over, steamroll over everybody to have this big A-list career. And you know, it's lonely at the top, as they say. And my thing is like, if you climb that ladder with honesty, integrity, and humbleness, I feel like people will really root for you and they'll live for you. But Justin never gave that. Justin always gave like, he was just a narcissistic piece of shit that doesn't care about NSYNC that used them to basically for the solo career. He's talked so much shit about people like Prince, Michael Jackson, threw his sister under the bus, threw shade at his own ex-girlfriend because she was always the biggest star. You taunted her, told her to go to rehab. You always told about, oh, you need to stop drinking or whatever, what he did on the Brit Awards, whatever the case was. So he's always found reasons to taunt her and then talk shit about her in the press any chance he got. Even played a little song when he got interviewed, throwing shade at Britney when he did a song. What was it? He was getting interviewed by Barbara Walters. So we always found ways to throw daggers at Britney, and Britney sat silent for so long and took so much from so many people and got so many, you know, you're a slut, you're a whore, you're a cheater. A lot of misogyny thrown in her direction. So now when she finally got to fight back in the form of that book, now it's like the chickens have come home to roost. So I always say, you're going to pay on the front end, you're going to pay on the back end, but eventually you're going to pay for the things you put out there. And karma never forgets an address. And I feel like now he is finally getting what's what's been coming to him. And I feel like I said earlier, the only way he's really going to be able to turn all this around, you got to take accountability for the shit that you do. And with him being a narcissist, I don't see that happening. So I said I was going to make this a long video, but it's just like, you know what? When it comes down to the deep dive, it's unattainable. it was going to do what it do anyway. So I say all this to say, what do you guys think of this story? I would love to hear what you think Justin needs to do in order to get back in the good graces of the public. Or is it the fact that, you know what, y'all over him? First of all, the music ain't giving what needs to be given. He was of an era from back in the day where he basically got the dick ride off the backs of black people in order to have the career that he has. And, you know, the music is dry right now. Now we in the era of like slut pop, like the Christina Carpenters and a bunch of other artists. There was a gay artist I just found out about today that I just discovered called Jordy, who has a new album out called Sex with Myself, and I gotta check that out because, you know, he's out here talking about you know, sniffies and hooking up with I was like, well, damn, you were speaking my language. So we in that era, and now Adam Lambert and so many other people, like a lot of the older gays, Will Young, a lot of the gay men in their 40s are now coming out and they're really speaking unapologetically about the things that's going on in their life and speaking the language that I need to speak to, because I'm sorry, ain't no 12-year-old, ain't no 24-year-old gonna be able to tell me about nothing, because I no shade. I just feel like you sounding a 14-year-old male. What the hell can you tell me about love and sex and all the things, because you haven't lived life? So I don't care what 45-year-old man wrote your song or girl. You can't tell me about life, not when you haven't lived or you ain't got no mileage on the situation. So let me know what y'all think of this story down below. Now, speaking of comments, child, we got a whole bunch. Hold on there. You said Mike threw hints, the M crown emoji, the rainbow emoji, and the queen. Yeah. Well, pretty much, but he threw the hints that she's pretty much going to be at the ball, but I can't tell you in what capacity, because I do know what exactly Madonna. I'm gonna slide in the DMs and tell you later. How about that? The whole tea on what's going on, but I can't spill any tea about exactly what Madonna's role is going to be this week at a certain ball that her daughter Queen Esther is DJing. So yeah. Did you watch that deep dive on Paris Hilton? Crystal attacked me as expected. Yes, it's in the past, but I've heard. Well, yeah. This is why it's like, you know what? You put your stuff out there and you say what you say, but this is why I keep saying y'all got to stop with the worshiping and the admiration of these celebrities, because they will leave you disappointed after a while. It's like, look, it's hold on. It's like my shirt says, it's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so seriously. It's like we all out here, everybody getting they tits in a twist. That's why I had to wear this shirt today, because it's like it's not that damn serious. I said, "In my love for it's for real," which honored the. Wait, I was like, "Is that You said my love is for ain't that Paula Abdul? That was like my song back in the day. The rest of the album wasn't that great, but wait, hold on, I've done skipped all these other comments. Okay. It said what pissed me off is he takes no accountability. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's the irritation, is that, oh, hey Felix, how you doing? Because I see you in the building now while I was doing my whole little deep dive. That's why I said I had to bring all that stuff, and that's all from memory. Like I was like, damn, I need to take notes when I'm watching this thing. But I was in the middle of cooking my breakfast and everything, and I was watching because I had to do some food shopping this morning. I literally, no shade, I haven't properly gone food shopping in like 2 months. I've been doing a whole lot of I'll order food, Uber Eats, all of this stuff. I get really lazy when it comes to ordering food and like cooking and stuff. Because I'm like, it's too hot. I don't feel like it. So I spend so much money, and I need to stop doing that. Uber Eats must love my ass, because I spend so much fucking money on ordering food and buying out and all the other stuff. Which is why I have to go to the gym so damn much. Because if I just ate and ate and ate, I'd be a fat bitch. Shout out to big girls, but I was like, I gotta hit the gym. What's another thing? I have not gone to I haven't been to the gym in 2 weeks, because I told you I had to do the other thing. What was it? Oh, I was doing the cricket matches, so it was messing up my whole schedule, doing double shifts. I would do the cricket matches, then I would run to the garden and do shows, which I was kind of mad because they cancel a lot of the dates of days I was supposed to work. But I'm thinking when they do that, it's a sign that the tickets ain't selling. I don't know who advised Odessa to do 3 nights at the Garden, because them tickets wasn't selling. And Boogie with the hoodie. The word is they had to literally be like, oh yeah, we're asking people who don't want to work, because it's like tickets ain't selling. But anyway, they said, did you see the video of a fan grabbing him at his concert? I didn't, but I did. Oh, I forgot to bring this up too. So there was a story that came out about how there was a girl that pretty much said, I think she said something or another, that she liked JC more than Justin, and Justin got pissed. She said she was going to let her mother know where she was at, and the security guard yoked her up and just berated her and stuff, because I guess he didn't like the fact that she said she liked JC more. And then here's the thing. JC is the one with the talent. We all know this. JC, they said they both got a 4-octave vocal range. Really? Because I've listened to Justin, and I don't hear 4 octaves in that. I hear it in JC though. JC got that strong ass voice. He has a powerful vocal range, but I think the problem with JC and why his career never popped off is because JC is quiet. And Lance said this. He said JC is somebody who's like very much quiet, like reserved. He's very laid back. He's not someone who's like, like he's not in your face. He's not always thirsty for attention like Justin is. And there were many clips that I seen in that video that I told y'all about that I put in the description on YouTube. So if y'all get a chance, click on it and watch it after the show is over. They were basically saying like Justin would get irritated. Like he would always overtalk Jessica Biel in interviews. He didn't like the fact that the when they were on red carpets that Brittany was always getting the questions. They wanted to talk to her because she's magnetic. People love like Brittany was that girl back in the day. She was the quintessential pop star and did not need a group to get attention. She did it all on her own, allegedly. And it said Justin Timberlake basically was described. Really? Cary Grant. Maybe back in the day because he was charismatic in a lot of ways, but now that the walls are starting to come down and people are starting to see the man behind the curtain, the tea is coming out. TMZ just asked Kesha about Katie, Dr. Luke, and ignored the question. It's a video on. I may need to check that out, but it's like, what else could Kesha say? But to address that really quick, I'm trying to think, like, do I even feel a ways about it? Like, to me, it's like, you know what? Say what you want about Dr. Luke and all the accusation stuff. It only came out from Kesha. No other artist or anybody has come out and said anything regarding the whole Dr. Luke situation and saying that he's done these things. When Lady Gaga and Kesha was in their little group chat or whatever the case was, and those things leaked, apparently they said they had heard things based off hearsay. So Lady Gaga didn't know about, because apparently, remember the story that came out that said that he allegedly assaulted, SA'd Katy Perry, which Katy Perry was called on the stand and said that this never happened. So who knows? Maybe it did happen and she's only lying and keeping it under wraps because Dr. Luke basically gave her some of her biggest hits. And a lot of times, people will do what they got to do to maintain that career. And they're not going to bite the hand that feeds it because there could be a possibility of being blackballed. So we don't necessarily know. It's basically his word against hers. I'm not excusing the behavior, but I'm just going by, we have to look at it in that way. We can't just keep going on being like, well, this is what happened. It was like, we weren't in the room. So it's only his word against hers. If there were a multitude of people that came out, then I'd be like, okay, now we need to look at it some way. And plus, he hasn't been convicted. So we need to look at all those things. But then when we look back on it, Woman's World, sorry, the song it's not good. Like, I just think, like, first of all, if Ava Max is turning down a song, and she is like a poor man's Lady Gaga, and I like some of Ava Max's songs. Diamond and Dance Floor, I'll tell you, I work out to that shit at the gym. There's some bops on there. Not the first album. The first album, whatever. It just sounds like your generic Euro pop music. But Diamonds and Dance Floors gave me my life. Because it's like, okay, now you on to something. And Circuit definitely put his foot in that album. However, when you look at this whole situation, when I listen to the song, I'm like, Woman's World, girl, throw that shit back in the ocean and leave it there. Let it drown to the bottom of the ocean and leave it there because we don't care. Like, the song sounds corny. I will say this. The lyrics, the chorus is cute. The chorus, but that isn't enough to get me going with a song. And I'll guarantee you the song probably under 3 damn minutes per usual, like a lot of these songs out there. So I need to hear the whole song in full, but so far I'm not impressed. And so it said, but I even said, as much as I love Paula Abdul, that led to her downfall of the musical era. The music is good, but she never reinvented. Well, yeah, first of all, Paula Abdul was always a dancer. She wasn't a great singer, but that fits her in the same pool as like a Janet, a Jennifer Lopez, all that other stuff. And she's an entertainer, but it's like, yeah, Paula Abdul was a little too Disney-fied for me. And I agree. I feel like her music never really evolved. I heard his drink it had 4 different types of liquor in it. We mentioned it on the show, what type of martini it was. And I've had drinks where it's just like full-on liquor. And yeah, that shit will definitely hit you. Have y'all tried to look? There be people out here that they know how to get that liquor to go like to the head real quick. They do like what is it? Like shots in the ass, where some people will literally take alcohol and shoot it up their booty hole, and because there's nothing to break it down, the liquor goes right into your system. Which, in my opinion, I would not do that. Like that's like you got a serious damn problem. And so, and my love is for real, which honor her minute is to her. Oh yeah, I did read that already. I read that by when I missed out on all the other stuff. It would be a different story instead of gold. We'd probably be looking at a third #1 album with back-to-back hits and multi-platinum. If she, yeah, that's what I say. It was like, you have to be able to when it comes to music, you have to be able to evolve with the times. Speaking of which, I saw a lot of people throwing shade at Kylie Minogue because she performed in Dubai this weekend. I mean, yeah, I think it was over the weekend. Which we're gonna talk about Christina in a minute because of her performing in Russia. But it wasn't just about the whole Dubai thing. People, which I'm like, is Dubai homophobic? I know they got one of the largest buildings out there, which I just remembered. Tom Cruise shot at that building. He did one of the Mission Impossible, and we're gonna drag Tom Cruise later on in the show. But not only did he scale one of the tallest buildings for one of the sequences in one of the Mission Impossible movies, but it was actually a question on the episode of the Challenge All Stars, which I finally finished last night. I do love the Challenge. That's like one of my favorite reality shows. And I was so glad one of the gays made it all the way to the finals. Shout out to Derek. I always had a little crush on Derek. I was like, I want to eat his little butt. I always had a little cute thing. I mean, a thing for him though. He's a cutie. But anyway, back to this. So, you said Cameron Diaz was scared of him. She said he punched the table one time where I would have slapped the lights out of him. Like, to me, Justin Timberlake is all bark and no bite. I don't think he could fight. And they said, sound like, it could have been that, I do feel that, I don't know why a lot of people, like, like the mammies, like, Mammy Gail, is out here talking about, it's the first time he's done this. Don't need to not just be so hard on him. It's like, bitch, you really think that this is Justin's first time at the rodeo? This cannot be the first time that y'all actually think he's been out here drinking and stuff. This is just it rearing its ugly head. But if you've been around enough alcoholics, if you've been around enough people who partake in these type of situations, you know the patterns. They said Gen Z holding people accountable. That seems to be the new thing, and that's because of social media. When we were growing up, we didn't we knew the stuff and we would hold them accountable. We never had an outlet for it to come out. Now that social media is where it is today, we have the outlets, and now people are doing deep dives and people are doing videos and they're stitching all of the things together as a reminder of like, okay, so while you got the media and the press, like People and all these other people and, the ass kissers over at E! News, Access Hollywood, Extra, because they want that Justin Timberlake interview and they don't want to push him away for wanting to do these interviews. He needs y'all because a lot of these Gen X, millennial celebrities have not evolved with the times. Those of us in the streaming space who have the responsibility of actually delivering all the stuff, we're gonna do the deep dives and we're gonna bring everything together and remind y'all that this is the things that they were doing and we gotta hold them accountable. So if y'all not gonna hold their ass accountable, we're gonna do it here. So shout out to those of y'all who would be out here doing a little deep dive videos and are not scared to really call Justin out on his shit, because the enablers in Hollywood are not going to do it. Okay, so I said Justin, he was Mr. Britney and he didn't like it. And he basically was, and I do agree with that. Like, I feel like he was in the same boat as like Bobby Brown with Whitney Houston. Bobby was a celebrity in his own right. And, he was the bad boy of R&B and all that other stuff, kind of like what Chris Brown is today, until he got with Whitney. And Whitney's career overshadowed his. But then, when they got caught up, the thing they had, they said we had something in common. Didn't they sing that song? And I think it was the drugs. Because what else y'all got in common? The salon is one place that chat happens and not judgment. It's like, it's like the bar or the barbershop. Barbershops is basically a place where a lot of guys go where they could let their hair down, literally and figuratively, and say and all the things that people have a problem with. Men could be themselves. They have all their little conversations, and you don't get people coming up in there. I mean, maybe there are some people, but when I go to the barbershop, those conversations, people start having. Well, when you go to black barbershops, it depends. The black barbershops and the Dominican barbershops, I tend to go to the Dominican barbershop because they cut my hair the way I need it cut. So, but the conversations and stuff are had there. So they say he also, the reason why NSYNC isn't reuniting. But here's the thing. I feel like at this point with the saving the career, he's going to need NSYNC because I feel like he's used NSYNC over the years in regards of like, especially with this album rollout because them songs wasn't hitting. So it's like, oh yeah, let me bring NSYNC out on stage to get the fans riled up because he knows how to gaslight. He knows how to manipulate in his audience. So, if I trot the other four bandmates out who aren't on my level, if I bring them out on this show, then or in my little free concerts, then y'all get excited. And y'all want the thing, but I'm just playing. I'm toying with y'all. I'm dangling a little carrot in y'all face, and it's like, stop doing that. Stop gaslighting your audience, because we talked about on the show that he's struggling to sell these damn tickets, which is why they charging people $11 at this point, so that way y'all can get up in there. And like, yeah, I'm sure like these shows will be able to sell out. But it's funny how like Jennifer Lopez had to give up her stuff, but he's still trotting along. But I guess it's because. Maybe it's because Justin's a man and he actually has a loyal fan base that'll come out and follow him regardless. Jennifer Lopez really has not solidified herself as in the same class. Yeah, she put out music, but she's not on the same level as a Britney, as a Beyonce, as a Madonna, because she hasn't grown her audience like they have. So I'm still pissed Job Records wouldn't allow Britney Passion Project Original Dog come out. Sadly, they deleted the masters as she submitted that as the follow-up to her critically. And yeah, I do remember that album. But I guess they didn't want her to be too personal, I guess. Kathy Dennis and her team, they did Toxic, Sweet Dreams, My LAX, Britney. And I love me some Kathy Dennis. She wrote two of Kylie Minogue's biggest hits. She wrote Can't Get You Out of My Head and what was it, Come Into My World? She wrote those songs. And so I was like, so she can have this say, but she really can't have it all. Well, you know what? Whatever happened to Bloodshine Avant? Weren't they also known as Mike Snow? I actually like their music when they was doing their own little side project. So now, you know what, the sexism, the misogyny, all the other stuff is, coming back to haunt him and whatever. He threw shade Britney when he inducted Madonna at the Rock and Roll. Did Madonna call him out on that? Because I'm trying to remember. It's like you always try to find a way to throw a dig. There've been plenty of Madonna wannabes. I've dated a few. Yeah, I remember that. But I didn't remember if that was at the Madonna induction. But then also she went and worked with him on Hard Candy. So clearly there was no hard feelings there, I guess. And I said, William basically spilled the tea on how being older people are saying we need to stop signing teens because it stunts it. I do agree with that. That to me, I'm here for, I don't know why, and I'll keep pushing for this. Like, we definitely need older pop acts to be out here and write songs for older listeners. Like, who says that we don't listen to music? But I guess maybe for me, maybe gay men are in a different category because there's no need for us to run around and follow heteronormative ideals like getting married, having kids, all this stuff. Yeah, there are some gays that's out here doing that, but not all of us want to do that. So, and we can be a fickle bunch where it's like, we want the music. That's why I'm living for Adam Lambert's era right now. Will Young is out here, like we were saying, it's like, he's writing songs about what it's like to be othered and a gay older man in his 40s. So it's like, yeah, we get in those spaces of kind of like this whole Peter Pan syndrome and like what you're alluding to. And it's like you're signing these kids who get in this whole mindset of I have to continue to write songs to cater to that audience, which is why I guess we see Drake, who damn near 40, still writing these juvenile ass rap songs. You got Taylor Swift, who's mid-30s, still writing these little kid-ass songs for 5-year-olds when you're a grown-ass woman. And, basically doing what Jennifer Lopez and Ben Affleck tried and failed to do. You basically using your relationship and has done it throughout her entire career as a way of clout chasing, for attention. And Travis Kelce is all for it. He's all for being a pawn in her little situation until she tied his ass, and then she go write a song about him, and we'll see how the industry, if they'll turn their back on her, if they tend to break up. We'll see how that all works out, because like I said, all that shit that works when you're younger, that catches up with you, eventually. So who knows? Maybe Taylor will finally get the Justin Timberlake treatment when she gets to that age. Be like, okay, sis, you like 43. Why you still out here doing songs for like little girls? Or that whole thing that worked back then is not cute anymore. Just like the thing with Justin. It was cute when you was younger because you looked like you were a young boy. People, this Hollywood they put so much emphasis on being young and beautiful forever. But then when you start to age like rotten milk, when you start to get a certain age, now they want to call you out, and it's like, okay, it was cute back then, but it's not cute no more. Hey, Linear. So he says, Jess has been enabled by the misogyny and racism of the media to think he's all that. They let him steamroll Brittany and Janet, then rewarded him. Absolutely. And it's like, all the stuff you were able to get away with back then, he's getting it now. It's like he was enabled by it. And when your privilege is always at the forefront, and you've been able to dick ride on the backs of black men in order to have the career that you were having, blue-eyed soul, or inviting him to the cookout. And that's another thing that gets me about Black folks, is the fact that y'all be so easily ready to invite everybody and anybody to the goddamn cookout. Sorry, but you need to earn your invitation. We got to stop being so, open about it. Or open with allowing anybody to just be invited. So Katy Perry needs him. Well, yeah, she does, because it's like, who is she outside of Dr. Luke and all these other people? That's why she hired all these heavy hitters. She got Stargate, and then she's working with the people who work with Charlie XCX and stuff. So she's aware that Charlie XCX's sound is finally popping. Now you're going to have all the bandwagon jumpers, and she's one of them. It said she has the defining hello, because the minute they said woman's, I'm like, so was she remaking Cher's song? Just like when Adam Lambert came out with Kandi, a lot of people thought, is he remaking Kevin Aviance's song? I'm like, I just think it's in name only, but it's two completely different songs. And don't get me wrong, I do like the Adam Lambert song, but Kevin Aviance's Kandi will forever be iconic. It says she has a defining woman's world, plus the newspaper wig where all the drag queens trying to duplicate that. Exactly. So, yes, honey. So Sophie got a new album coming out on September 27th, a song with Kim Petras, and BC Kingdom from the album just dropped. Oh, okay. So I'm definitely going to have to check that out after the show, because Sophie's got a new album. I don't know which one. I'm sure she had a lot of songs in the bank and probably has a lot of people just working on some stuff. But yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to hearing like what y'all going to do with Sophie's stuff, and if she was actually working on something. I don't know. I always feel weird about listening to people's posthumous work. But if y'all can find a way to make it work or whatever, because I remember they tried to do that with Aaliyah and so many others. So I always feel a little weird about it, because I always feel like the artist should put out their stuff. But if y'all can find a way to make it work, then I'll listen to it. All right, so let's move on and let's talk about Christina, who went and recently did a birthday bash. So apparently Russian tycoon Vladislav Doronin, who is the CEO of Amman Luxury Resorts, threw a lavish 30th birthday party for his girlfriend, model Christina Romanova, in Marrakech, Morocco, in an event that had singer Christina Aguilera as the main guest. Now, the Lady Marmalade singer was ridiculed for choosing to perform in Morocco for Russian billionaire's lavish birthday bash. Now, according to page 6, Russian billionaire Vlad Doronin, the CEO of Amman Resorts, well, we already talked about it. He threw the 30th birthday for the girlfriend. The bash featured several performances throughout the evening. Romanova was photographed being carried by several men in black capes while on a gold palanquin, and fireworks going off in the background. Now, by the time the birthday girl reached the stage, she was filmed helping Christina walk down the same steps as the singer performed Happy Birthday and blew a kiss at her. Several social media now After all that had happened, of course, social media was upset with the fact that Christina was performing in Morocco. And then, of course, they came up with the whole stuff about, um, you know, all the things that's been going on. So here's what they said. Now, one user went on Twitter and wrote, I see what side she's on. These Russian billionaires are not nice people. They all help to keep Vladimir Putin in power. Another person commented, when will celebrities like Aguilera pull their heads out of their ass? A third user shared, like F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote in his 1925 novel, The Rich Are Different. I'm sure Miss The Voice got a pretty nice paycheck with all that blood money thrown at her. Doronan's famous friends include Kate Moss, Demi Moore, and Leon DiCaprio. In 2013, Page Six reported a bash held at his Miami home that was attended by the Great Gatsby star Val Kilmer, Cindy Crawford, and Randy Gerber, who was the husband of Cindy Crawford. Abby Rosen and Samantha Boardman, Julie Macklow, Peter Brandt, and Derek Blasberg were featured nude painted models as decor. Well, they said it featured nude painted models as decor. The billionaire has attempted to distance himself from his links to Russia and has said, I denounce the aggression of Russia on Ukraine and fervently wish for peace. I have not conducted business in Russia in many years. Now, as Radar Online previously reported, Rihanna also recently performed at a massive billionaires event earlier this year. So here's the thing. Oh, and they also said that the 36-year-old singer took stage. So now here's the thing. Oh yeah, they were talking about when Rihanna performed at an event that had Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg, and Ivanka Trump there. So I don't know what that person's stance is where Rihanna performed at a billionaires event, but let's focus on Vlad for a second. Now, here's the thing. I know a lot of people always want to be quick to lump all Russians under the same umbrella. That's like anybody who performs for. Would that be a good example? I was like, but that's like anybody who performs for, well, I guess anybody who performs for Trump, yeah, that is a problem. Anybody who performs for Joe Biden, I guess because they say he's a war criminal, and based off of the things that's been going on with Israel and Palestine, where Israel's not even trying to get the electricity and the Wi-Fi and everything put on back in there, and all the stuff that's coming out about them, that kind of shows. But we're talking about politicians. We're going to talk about a businessman. So if this man has no ties to Russia, then why are people so quick to bash them? Y'all think just because I'm Russian and I was born and raised there that I agree and I align myself with what the politicians are doing over there? And that's like with me, even though I am a registered Democrat, and I do believe, like, I'll say for me, I have conservative views and I have liberal views. So, and I think that's how most people identify. No? Yes? I feel like we all adapt those things. I'm not far this or far that. I don't understand people who lean so far into one side. I feel like we all have our moments. I'm in the middle. I have conservative views on situations and I have liberal views on situations. I am totally against anything that wannabe fascist, that armed fuck Trump stands for. But I'm also against a lot of things that Biden stands for. And I voted for his ass in the last election. So I'm not going to go into this whole political thing because I don't want to bring down the show. We've talked enough about my stance on certain political views. I'll do a separate video if I need to on that. But for the most part, I just feel like let's not lump everybody into under the same brush and just be like, oh, well, just because she performed for this person, that basically he's someone who has, aligned himself with Putin, maybe funded his campaign or whatever the case is. So he don't even live in Russia no more. So I just feel like it's much ado about nothing. I'm sure Christina people probably looked into it. I know a lot of people say all money ain't good money, but unless y'all heard anything about Christina's, this man aligning himself in a lot of political situations that y'all are aware of and has put money behind things that causes a danger to the Ukraine or whatever the case was, then we'll revisit this conversation. But I haven't heard anything. And the man even said himself, he said, I don't even live in Russia. I don't align myself with a lot of the things that Putin does. And what we need to stop doing is just because people are from a country that you're going to embattle them or engulf them with all these different stereotypes. Because to me, it's just like they could do that to us. They think, oh, because we American, that we agree with everything that whatever current administration is doing. And it's like, that's further from the truth. We're not all a monolith. So I say we all need to give people a benefit of the doubt. And if the man said that's what it is, then that's what it is until proven otherwise. So let me know what you guys think of this story down below. And if you got some tea, definitely don't be afraid to spill it in the comments. Okay, so now we have comments. It said, yeah, I saw comments about what Dave. Sure, I saw that too. But then I saw like some people were saying that Dave Grohl was even talking about Taylor Swift and saying that she don't play live or whatever the case was. He was making a joke, and then you have certain blogs that are running around with this narrative, and that's not what he basically said. It was saying that Taylor and people were calling her a legend. I said you have to earn legendary status, but I do agree with what you're saying there. Taylor Swift is not a legend. Taylor Swift is someone who has basically diluted and watered down her sound just so she can get world domination status. And to me, it's like, is the body of work there that contemplates that? No, I don't think so. I don't think she is at that status yet. She still has a long way to go to really solidify herself to be a part of the Mount Rushmore of pop acts. Like, you're not on a level of a Madonna yet. You're not on the level of a who are the other icons out here? Like, you're not on the level of a Cher. You're not on the level of a Tina Turner. You're not a part of the Mount Rushmore of pop just yet. Just because you are dominating in so many other areas, and because mediocre white America wants their Beyonce so goddamn bad, that does not mean that your music and everything else gives that. Taylor Swift is popular amongst regular girls and lesbians. That's basically her fan base, and probably some men. But I feel like the gays ain't really feeling her like that. Like, you are not on that icon status. I don't care how many times you pandered to the gays for that little brief period when you was Good Judy's with Todrick Hall. You're not there yet. And that's no shade. I'm just saying, like, you still have a long way to go to really solidify yourself as being a part of the Mount Rushmore of pop. So the basic white girls, y'all can get mad all you want, but sometimes the truth hurts. So I was watching a YouTube video on Hyperpop and Sophie. They said Madonna did Hyperpop. She did. When she did Bitch, I'm Madonna. That's kind of like a Hyperpop type sound. It's funny, is I didn't even read the rest of your comment, and that's immediately what popped in my head. And they said, but the song is Bitch, I'm Madonna. He said, I can tell you if Rihanna or anybody did that song. And so, yeah, so Madonna did dabble in hyperpop for a second. I think she worked with Sophie at one point, if I'm not mistaken. I have to look into that. So it's a turnover. It's not a cool thing to say. The truth is you can get away with light crimes when I can't. And I think at the point is, well, if you're talking about Justin, I'm like, yeah, I think that's where we're at in the world, is that a lot of people don't like the fact that these elites, the big major, so the A-listers are, or anybody with money can pretty much just buy their way out of a situation. And I love the fact that this cop is like, no, I don't care who you are. You're basically going to get like, we're going to call you out on your shit, and you're going to have to be held accountable just like everybody else. And it says, so they had Bitch, I'm Madonna from the Hyperpop and Sophie playlist because it's like, we're not going to get that track exposure to go gold one day. Well, yeah, it was like, and that's one of the things I love about the way the industry is now. It's like the gatekeepers can no longer control who becomes what or what song becomes popular. It ends up on TikTok. The TikTok kids basically push music out there, which is probably why a lot of these people want TikTok and all these other places banned, because the industry is trying to gain control. Y'all ain't had control since Napster. So, once Napster happened, it's like y'all started to lose the control over who y'all get to let in and out of the fame situation. Now the listeners at home, on social media, whatever the case is, they're determining who gets the a seat at the table. They determine who gets to be the pop act that they want to put their money in situation behind. I saw one article, I don't know if you sent it to me or something or another, but they said they're trying to position Sabrina Carpenter to become the next Taylor Swift, because Taylor Swift is someone who has pissed off a lot of the industry, especially in regards of her re-recording her music. Where, hello, one of the things I hate about people is the fact, or I should say strongly dislike, because hate is a strong word, but I should say strongly dislike, but it's probably the same damn thing, right? That people are upset because y'all have given all the credit to the re-recording of songs to Taylor and not JoJo. JoJo, as a lead Get Out JoJo, who was on that horrible ass Black Round Records, fuck Aaliyah's uncle for what he did to her. And that whole rollout with her music and how you try to prevent her from releasing music. And I'm glad she found a loophole to take their ass to court. She started the whole re-recording of her original songs and stuff. And then of course everybody follows suit because, and it's funny, it's always that the person that comes out the gate that does it, they always end up being a sacrificial lamb, and then somebody will take the idea and really run with it because they have the money and the resources and all that other stuff. So Taylor was able to run with that and have and be able, and everybody, she gets credited for it when she wasn't the first. It was JoJo. And so it was like a person said Taylor and Drake need to not be afraid of taking risks and losing. And that's what it is. It's like, you know what? First of all, Drake and Taylor Swift have more money than anything. That's what I love about, say what you want about Beyonce, but that's what I love about Beyonce is the fact that Beyonce has so much money that she's not afraid. At the end of the day, she's all about, you know what? I'm an artist and I need to take artistic risks. I also think because Solange is so much of a music risk taker that may have inspired and motivated Beyonce also. But she's not afraid to take a risk. People always try to be throwing shade at her and the whole Cowboy Carter thing. And Beyonce's like, I don't care if the Cowboy Carter era doesn't sell or whatever the case is. What she is happy about is the fact that it's creating a conversation in regards of where Black people fit, the history of Black people and their contribution to the country music genre and how Black folks created country. It comes from blues and rock and roll and folk music and all those things. And I've had people in the comments, I was arguing, I said, you know what, at this point, you can argue with your mammy, you can argue with yourself, but you ain't arguing with me because I'm not going back and forth. I've had clear people in the comments because I'm tired of seeing on Facebook these fake stories about how Beyonce has been banned from country situations because she's doing country. And I'm like, y'all racism is showing. And it's not about the fact that Black people can't. I say, okay, first of all, what you're not going to do is play in my face. The one thing we people of color have mastered the art of is reading between the lines and seeing through the bullshit. Y'all like to sit and put things out there and y'all think if it doesn't say it exactly, then that's not what it is. We understand a microaggression. We developed the art of it because y'all been good at trying to put that shit out there, but we see through it. We've all been conditioned to see through the art of y'all with the microaggressions, all these little things that y'all put out there. So we see through it. So when I'm sitting there looking at this, they're like, well, she's been banned from this, and then she was supposed to work with this racist artist or that person. And I was like, first of all, Beyonce is not paying nobody no kind of that kind of, like, all these little lies that y'all making up on Facebook and reading the comments is like people will see through the shit too. And I'd be ready to go. I say, okay, y'all can say what y'all want, but you're not going to do is lie in here. And then we see people in the comments just eating out. I said, y'all racism is showing. The fact is, and they're going to say, well, that's not necessarily true that country music comes from Black people. Well, when things have been whitewashed our entire life and you've been fed a lie, of course you're not going to want to believe the truth when we tell you. But a lot of things were created by Black folks. House music, rock and roll, country music, so many different genres. It all started, all drums lead to Africa, is what I be telling people. But it's like, you don't want to hear it. But of course, if that's what you want to believe, you go and, keep the rose-colored glasses on. But at the end of the day, I'm going to tell you the truth, whether you're ready to accept it or not. So it said, he said that while Kendrick won, plus disappeared. Well, you know what? Kendrick is petty because he did that damn Drake diss track. What was it, like 5 times at the recent Juneteenth situation? So, and I heard he's shooting a music video for it. So Kendrick petty. But I am a Kendrick Lamar fan. I've never really been a Drake fan. I try to get into his music, but I've never been, a fan of Drake's music. I like the idea of Drake. I knew Drake because of Degrassi. But as far as like the music goes, it was never my zhuzh. I like my hip hop a little aggressive. But I also like my conscious shit too. Like of course when I listen to Drake, not Drake, when I listen to Kendrick, Nas, Jay-Z, that was always the type of music that I've always preferred. So, but yeah, but Drake is similar to Taylor Swift, where it's just like they want to constantly be in the zeitgeist and the algorithm. Then it's not about putting out quality music, which is why I think the past couple of albums that Drake put out, his music suffered. Remember at one point he tried to put out a house record, and that shit sounded so undone, and people dragged him over it because it seemed like he was trying to get ahead of Beyonce with Renaissance. He said, I did watch how music got free. Taking risks in the industry will always turn out in your favor, exactly. And it's like sometimes you got to take that risk. It's like if you're gonna take a risk, it's like, yeah, people won't see it in the beginning, but down the road they'll be like, well, look, so and so did this, they pioneered it. We weren't ready to accept it and see it at the time. And it can't be a popularity contest. Sometimes you got to stand on business and just be like, you know what, I truly believe in this project. And whether or not it works, that's on you, but at least you tried. So take a risk. There's nothing wrong with that. And that's why people, in my opinion, they do like artists like you mentioned, such as Charlie XCX, Solange, SZA, Britney. Now it's like what Charlie XCX has been doing for 10 years of her career. Now you see so many people biting off of her sound. Because when she worked with Sophie and doing a whole hyperpop thing, people look at her as the queen of hyperpop. When that Beyonce started work on the rock album, the guy even said, can you imagine Taylor doing a rock album? She has dabbled in that sound with story. What I think, you know what, I could definitely see Taylor Swift doing a rock album. I think if she went back to doing rock and country, it would show definitely a maturity in her music. This whole, whatever it is that she's doing, whatever she's doing now, it's just like, okay, whatever, girl. But like, you're not Jewel. You're not Joni Mitchell. You're not Carole King. All these iconic women before you that you're trying to do with the music. But I could definitely see. Well, you know what? I would really love Taylor Swift to have her Jagged Little Pill era. I know they always say like she's taking songs she writes about her boyfriends and all this other stuff, but it just feels so juvenile in her writing style. But I really want her to have her Alanis Morissette Jagged Little Pill era. That would be cute. Now, if she did that, I might be interested in listening to the music, but just to see if she's matured. But at some point, sis, you're going to have to grow up because you're pushing 40. Like, you on the later side of 30. So it's got to evolve. But I wouldn't be surprised if Beyonce already started on the rock album. And like I said, I really hope that she doesn't tour this era. Do a tour in 2025 or 2026. You got enough money, sis. You don't need to be out here touring. Raise them babies, work on the music in your home studio, and give us the rock album and Cowboy Carter. I feel like if she tours them two albums together, it would definitely work as an idea of how to put a stage together. And then take a lot of her old hits and reconstruct them into like country songs or folkish type songs or rock songs. She'll definitely turn it out with this. And then channel your inner Tina Turner when you on that tour. The children will live for it. I say, eat a rock album from Taylor. Yeah, I said, I would definitely love to see her go rock. Taylor doing rock will come across as, well, I don't know if it would be a poser move because I feel like in so many ways, Taylor has dabbled in, like her music does have a bit of, it does feel a little recently laid back and all that other stuff, but I could definitely see her doing more of a rock record than all this pop shit she's doing. Like, she needs to start working with Jack Antonoff. I'm tired of him. How popular are electronic music festivals in New York City? Are there a lot of Black people there, or is it? Electronic music festivals are very popular in New York City. The one thing I love about New York City festivals, it is a melting pot. So you'll get a lot of Black people, Latin people. You'll get a melting pot because New York City is a melting pot. Also, you get a lot of queer people that's there as well. Damn it, what is the name of the festival that we have where it's like, and it just escaped me. Grace Jones headlined it a couple of times, and it is a urban music festival. I cannot remember the goddamn name. If y'all remember, throw it in the comments. But we have a festival that goes on. Wait, let me see if I could Google it. Wait, why did I put Ruben? Urban Music Festival in New York City. It's funny how they knew. No, not hip hop. What's up with Grace Jones? Not the Blue Note Jazz Festival. It wasn't that. What else would it be? Why does it tell me the Blue Note Film Festival? I mean, the Blue Note Festival. That wasn't it. There was another festival, Afro Punk. That's what it was. I don't know why I couldn't think of that, but yeah, it's like it's gonna be so many different. So yeah, we had the Afro Punk Festival that has gone around in New York, where you get a lot of those. You get a lot of black people or black folks, people of color who perform, and they really give everything. That's what I love about New York is that we'll always be at the forefront of really pushing the boundaries in regards to like music and artistic creativity and stuff. That's why I feel like I will never leave New York, because as much as New York changes in regards of like the economy and apartment price, don't even get me started on apartment price. Like the cost of living is out of control in New York, but that overall creativity, that energy, like it cannot be duplicated anywhere else. And I've lived many of places, but for some reason, I just think that New York to me, it always draws me back. So yeah, there is a lot of, and I love doing the whole festival circuit. And I got to get back into doing that because I used to do that back in the day, but I haven't really been doing it as much because I've just been busy with stuff. But I definitely want to get back into like that, being inspired musically. I miss it. I don't want to just all be out here working and not having fun. So it's like I love Taylor because she's hell bent on being a singer songwriter. Pop music isn't meant for poets. Well, yeah, that's what I understand. Look, I don't understand why she doing what she doing. I'm just like, then be that folky singer songwriter girl and leave the pop to the other ones. Pop music is horny as it should be after suffer. Well, look, I think everybody was trying to figure out how to make the whole Me Too. How I think, look, I don't think we should disregard Me Too. Me Too needed to happen for a lot of people, like the Harvey Weinsteins and everybody to be held accountable. However, we need to figure out how we all fit in this whole post Me Too time. And I feel like we shouldn't be so. If guys want to ask a girl out, it shouldn't be. What's the word? Chivalry needs to come back. Guys should be allowed to ask a girl out without girls feeling icky or whatever. Guys should also understand that if a girl rejects your advances, the disrespect verbally, the physical assaults, the shooting people or stabbing people because you got rejected, all of that needs to stop too. Because it's always two sides of the coin. Like we hear stories about how a girl was at a deli in New York. I think she was with her twin sister. Got turned down an advances from this guy, and the guy went and shot her. Like this whole thing about how men, a lot of y'all just can't take rejection. That's another situation that irritates me too. It's the fact that, we have to be able in a post Me Too world, figure out how we can coexist with each other and understand that rejection is part of the territory. Yeah, it hurts, it stings, but you want to know something? Living in New York, this is why I was like, I guess I could not be in a relationship because I'm like, there's so much ass around here. If I get rejected by someone, okay, and there's somebody down the block that I can go and hunch right after. You not interested? Okay. There's somebody else down the road that will be. So I don't get all bent out of shape over being rejected. It is what it is. It's part of life. The circle of life. Shout out to Simba in there. It's a Madonna's daughter. Yes, she is. And like I said, oh, you wasn't here in the beginning. Like I said to Robert, I got some inside tea that I can't talk about because I was sworn. That's funny because I keep saying I'm sworn to secrecy, but I keep talking about it. So yeah, she is DJing. I heard some stuff in regards to Madonna at said event. What's it called? The Ladyland Festival. And it's supposed to be like ballroom performances and all the other stuff. So yeah, I was told some stuff in regards to that because I know somebody who has close ties with somebody who works at Madonna's camp that they know some stuff. So I want to actually try to go to this festival this weekend, but I also have to work Saturday. So I don't necessarily know how my schedule is going to be. So I definitely want to be able to go. And so I think it's interesting how pop music went to the back seat when Me Too was at its peak and trap became the top. I'm just glad that people are just like ready to have fun again. And hopefully we can keep that going because if Trump becomes president, Y'all better get ready for this good old United States of America to become like a fascist nation because all this shit gonna be cut out. I said, but as Chris said, it's supposed to be, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I got some, yeah. What Robert said, I'm gonna just stop talking. Is that the men are gonna go into Trump because they're tired of being rejected from girls. But child, but Trump is a rapist, and that's on record. So you're running to Trump because you're okay with raping girls or abusing women. Like I don't get that. Rejection is the greatest aphrodisiac. Yes, it is, honey. Because look, like I said, it's plenty of fish to say. And while there's one person that turned me down, there's like many a guys that slide in my DMs, be it Twitter, Facebook, wherever, they want the beefcake. So one man's trash, another man. Look, that's why I said don't be afraid of rejection. It's a part of life. But some people just don't understand how to handle rejection, probably because, all their life they've been, had smoke blown up their ass by people. I used to go to Ultra Music Festival Miami too. And that's another thing too, is like a lot of festivals have become so annoying in regards to the overpricing. Oh, so is this because is that why Jamie Lee Curtis' name was trending on Twitter? Because I did see that. So that's probably why. Because I did see her name. I'm like, damn, what happened? But I've been working and doing the show, so I haven't been able to look. So anyway, let's move on and let's talk about, since we talk about Me Too and things, let's talk about Diddles, who apparently is cleaning house because the music mogul, who's 54, has deleted all posts from his Instagram account, including a video of his apology to Cassie after a 2016 video that showed her basically, being physically abused by the rapper. Now, in the post, Combs admitted to being disgusted by his actions only because his ass was caught, stating, "It is so difficult to reflect on the darkest times of your life, but sometimes you got to do that. Of course, when your ass is busted, what else you gonna do?" Then he said he hit rock bottom. He makes no excuses. I don't think that was his rock bottom. His rock bottom actually would be like when he learns, similar to Justin Timberlake, because I feel like Diddy's another one who's a grade A narcissist, who is not aware that his behavior is disgusting or inexcusable, whatever the case is, even though he said all that in the thing. And he said he'd take full responsibility, but I don't believe that. You, first of all, gaslit and lied for the past couple of months leading up to the situation that, oh, people trying to come at you, they're trying to take you down, this is a shakedown, it's a payday, they're trying to get money out of you. Then the video leaked, and then he had to eat crow and come out with that tone deaf ass video. But I didn't go on his IG to look, but I did see a screenshot and I posted it in the article that I did, that he has no followers. But since he has 19.9 million followers and he's following 1,956 people. So they said last year, of course, she made allegations against Combs in a now settled lawsuit, claiming that the musician SA'd her and sex trafficked her over a course of an abusive 10 years. He denied the allegations. They said it was offensive and outrageous, but then, of course, the video came out and he had to, like I said earlier, eat crow. So with all that and stuff being said, first of all, hold on, because I always forget to do this whenever we talk. I'm gonna put up this old hotline situation because look, if y'all out here being SA and all that other stuff, y'all can go to rain.org. You can dial 1-800-656-HOPE. So if you know someone out there who's going through some things or been abused, y'all definitely need to go out there and just, make your calls, do what you gotta do, because your life is more important, in my opinion. And shout out to all of y'all out here who have gone through the storm of being abused or who are currently abused. Just know that, you know what, there are ways to be able to get out of that, but do it in a way where if you call the number, they'll tell you how to do it safely, and in a way where it's like, God forbid something don't happen. Because I just saw a story the other day of a little kid. I think it was on the neighborhood tour. It was a little kid that basically his father had been locked up for assaulting his mother, beating his mother, whatever. He got out, was going to kill the mother with a gun. The son, she told the son to run out the house because she knew it was going to happen. The boy would not leave her side. He fought his father, little kid. Russ was trying to fight the gun, whatever the case was. A gun accident went off, shot the boy. The boy's no longer in the union no more. So now they could lock that bastard up and leave him under the jail for the rest of his damn life. So, there's a lot of people out here that's going through some abuse or whatever, and I'm sorry, but you people, men, women, and everybody in between, people ain't your property. Stop putting your hands on people. Stop abusing people. And to me, I feel like Diddy hasn't won his case, but I also feel like the reason why he's scrubbing this all clean because something big is coming down the pipe. He did sell, his majority stake in Revolt, which he co-founded in 2013. And so, in my opinion, I was like, okay, so you didn't wipe none of this stuff clean months ago, but you're doing it now? And I feel like even if you remove things from the internet, it's still going to be there. Like, it's still there. The blogs, they stay with a receipt. So, they got all that shit saved in their files, including myself. We're going to pull it up and remind you this is the things you said. People got the. So, even if you get rid of it from the internet, it's still, it's all things on the internet is forever, which is what he needs to learn. So, I just feel like stuff is about to come down the pipe and he about to get his comeuppance. So, I say all this is, what do y'all think of this story? Do y'all think that Diddles is about to get what's coming to him? If he does, it's been a long time coming. So let me know what you guys think of this story down below. So it says, Dead Mouse is still pissing Madonna for the Molly comment. I'm like, chill. Who's still listening to Dead Mouse? It said Will Smith is relaunching his G-rated rap, premiering a new song at the BET Awards and being honored for the ultimate triple act. It's funny enough that you bringing this up, and I'm about to go into Jonathan Majors, and I'm about to use Will Smith and Jonathan Majors as sort of like a situation in similarities. So I didn't know this was going to happen, but I guess now we're at a point where I think we moved on from Will Smith. It seems like we have because, look, Bad Boys 4 killed it at the box office. But Despicable Me 2, is it Despicable Me 2? What's the movie with the Inside Out 2? That's what it is. I said Despicable Me. Inside Out 2 is killed at the box office. They already surpassed Dune 2 in profit at the box office. But Dune 2 is one of those slow burn type films. It's a 3-hour movie. It was going to take a while for that to do what it do, but this is animation. So, this is probably at a time where parents was like, they were picking and choosing what they're going to take the kids to go see. So, people love Inside Out, especially the guy that plays the dad. I've been seeing on Twitter, like, they've been making like these little AI videos of the father with a heart on and ejaculation coming out of his penis. Like they've been sexualizing the dad in Inside Out since the first movie. The gays. And it's that blockbuster movie career making Will Smith. And you know what? Here's the thing. I feel like at this point, because Hollywood has decided, because he's not allowed to come to the Oscars, he's already proven himself to be like that class A, actor where he could do like the serious roles. At this point, go back to Big Willie Weekend Will Smith. Remember Big Willie Weekend? When back in the day, Big Willie Weekend was 4th of July. And he owned Independence Day. Ever since Independence Day came out, he did all them big blockbuster movies. It was Big Willie Weekend until he did Wild Wild West. That's when he broke the streak. But Will Smith was that dude for many years where he would put a big movie out, he was clear up the box office. Go back to that. He looks good for his age. He's in his 50s, looks black, don't crack. He still looks young. He's in the best shape of his life. And he could still play those big leading role action type parts. I just heard that he's about to do some movie, I forget the name of it, where he's playing like a genius, whatever, that develops this thing. And then what this is, this corporation that likes to steal people's inventions and they throw him in prison. He wouldn't give it up. So then him and a bunch of geniuses are trying to find a way to get out of the prison. So I'm like, oh, that sounds like a really good concept. And plus we're supposed to get I Am Legend 2. So I'm excited for that with Michael Bakari Jordan. It said there was I know. I saw the deep dive on Danity Kane. That is on my queue as one of the videos I was supposed to watch. It said I think it was called The Rise and Fall of Danity Kane. I came across that video yesterday, where they were talking about that. And no shade, but Aubrey did look like your average white girl. So I could totally see why she went and got so much plastic surgery. Same thing with Kylie Jenner. And we don't get into that Kylie Jenner conversation. But anyway, let's move on. And speaking of, like we were alluding to, let's talk about Jonathan Majors. who made an appearance over the weekend at the fourth annual Hollywood Unlocked Impact Awards. Now, I don't know if people are aware, but Jason Lee, who you know is like a well-known blogger, he got his start. He got his start, he got his start. Apparently, I can't talk on Love and Hip Hop. And then because of Love and Hip Hop, he was able to use that as a way to kind of blow up his Hollywood Unlock. Now, as far as Hollywood Unlock goes, I don't think Hollywood Unlock is in the same conversation as like the Neighborhood Talk and the Shade Room and all the stuff, but they do make, they are referenced quite a bit in regards of like stuff that's going on. But a friend of mine sent me some stuff in our group chat of Jonathan Majors getting all teary-eyed. I didn't see no videos or whatever, but I did see that I did see the article. So it says that he received a standing ovation for his 17-minute long speech after accepting the Perseverance Award at Jason Lee's annual Hollywood Unlocked Impact Awards held Friday night, June 21st in Beverly Hills. Now, just 6 months ago, as y'all know, Jonathan Majors was convicted of domestic assault and harassment, but that didn't stop the Hollywood Unlocked from honoring him with the Perseverance Award at the annual Impact Awards on Friday night in Beverly Hills. He said, "I'm imperfect. I have shortcomings. I acknowledge them," Major said, fighting tears during his lengthy remarks after being presented with the award by self-help guru and inspirational speaker, Iyanla Vanzant. It was an emotional moment for the actor who took the stage following a sizzle reel that captured some of the Creed 3 and Lovecraft Country star's career highs and personal lows, but he was greeted with a standing ovation from the starry crowd led by Hollywood Unlocked founder Jason Lee. Majors continuously denied all allegations throughout his 90-day trial, but in April, almost said August, he was sentenced to 1 year of domestic violence counseling. Per the ruling of a New York judge, Majors must complete a 52-week in-person program in Los Angeles, where he currently resides. On stage at the awards ceremony, Majors was tearful as he reflected on that experience, saying, "Perseverance means what? Perseverance means persistence in doing something despite difficulty or delay, and the God I serve has put me in a position where I have had to embody the word more than I wished or wanted. We live in a world where men, black men in particular, are propped up as either superheroes or supervillains, but I've come to realize, me personally, I ain't none of that. I'm just a guy whose faith has been tested. It has been strengthened by this testimony." Well, it's nice and stuff that he's actually come to that conclusion, but it kind of makes me wonder because a lot of people felt like even down with all the stuff that was going on in, with him going to the trial and all this stuff was all this performative because him getting with Megan Good, all of a sudden, he was running around getting relationships with these white girls until the same white people that he was putting this front with, basically, all of a sudden he want to come running back to, his people because white people that he's been around, I guess, based off of his educational background and studying acting and going to the college that he went to and all other stuff, because he was surrounded by a lot of those people. And yeah, when you're in the arts, you're surrounded by all different types of people. And yeah, you'll get into situations with white girls. I don't necessarily know his history of how many black girlfriends he's had in the past or whatever the case is. But for the most part, on the outside looking in, a lot of people did say like, "Oh, here you go, a typical black man running to them white girls," whatever the case was. And now that, the said white girlfriend went and threw him under the bus and played basically a Karen, got into the whole Karen bag. Now you want to run home to the black girls, and now you got Megan Good all of a sudden attaching herself to this man. If their relationship is genuine and real, then okay, then that's what that is. I don't know. I'm not in the bedroom with them. I don't necessarily know if this is a negotiation or them trying to get put together or whatever the case was, or if this is a genuine relationship. We don't know this, but from the outside looking in, this is how people are looking at it. And him getting honored at the Hollywood Unlocked, first of all, I saw people in the comments throwing shade, and they'd be like, first of all, let's start there. The Hollywood Unlocked Awards. Like how somebody like Jason Lee is out here putting an award show together. Like where they do that at. And look, if that's what he wants to do, if this is his way of giving charity or giving back to the community, then why should we thumb our nose at that? It's what Jason Lee is doing. It's his way of giving back to the community. And I'm like, I'm all for whatever the case is, however you feel about Jason or not. at least he has a way of giving back to, this is his way of giving back to the community. So that's cute or whatever. I just wish that, more Black people support Black owned stuff like the BET Awards and the Soul Train Awards and the NAACP Image Awards instead of y'all typical pick-me's running around trying to get that white acceptance by running to the Grammys, by running to the Emmys, and that's cute if you can get those awards because it would be warranted and not just they trying to fill a quota. But at the same time, people of color, y'all need to sit and also support things for us and by us and not be so quick to run to the white folks because it makes y'all look a certain damn way. Now, I should also say this, that you know what? So then also just to finish this up, they said Majors then thanked all the people who supported him during his trying times, from his family, particularly his mother, sisters, and younger daughter, to his girlfriend Meghan Good, who was visibly emotional sitting in the audience, to a group of Hollywood heavyweights. He said, life for me has come in a couple of ways. In the midnight text from our brother Will Smith, Tyler Perry breathed life into me, just supporting and loving on people the way he does, going on to shout out David Oyelowo and his text message group of Black actors supporting one another, as well as filmmakers Dion and Roxanne Taylor, for giving him space in their production office. And he also said that Courtney P. Vance, who, was the husband of Angela Bassett, has also been another strong support. And he says, so is Whoopi Goldberg, who appears on Good Show Harlem. And Majors said, breathe this light of wisdom and understanding and caring onto me and my queen. Whoopi allowed us to understand the supportive community. They're extraordinary people. And I do feel like, you know what? Yeah, let's support one another. We get so much of this reputation that Black people don't support other Black people. And we do get those crab in the barrel pick-me types. We ain't talking about y'all. We talking about those who actually have been through some shit like Whoopi. Whoopi at one point was running around with all them white folks. And she got a lot of her white friends. And, Mike Nichols and so many other people put her on and gave her opportunities. But at the end of the day, people will turn their back on you with the quickness. So you kind of learn that. I should also point out that, you know what? I'm glad that if he learned his lesson, whatever the case is, he's getting the help that he needs. That we know we're going to keep an eye on you, Jonathan, and make sure that hopefully you ain't going to put your hands on no women anymore. But I do feel like they both were at fault. I think Jonathan was in a toxic relationship with this girl, and she was no innocent in a lot of situations too, based off the testimony that we heard in the case. But he does have a movie that he is set to come out with. I could have sworn I wrote down, or I had in the article, basically, what the other movie is that was supposed to come out, but I don't. Oh, here it is. He's got a lead role in Martin Villeneuve. I wonder if he's related to Denis. Martin Villeneuve's revenge thriller Merciless, which is his first new project since The Conviction. So I feel like, you know what? Jonathan has paid his dues. He's got to fulfill his obligations by the court. But once he's done his penance, once he has gone through the storm or whatever the case was with his personal life, should someone continuously be held accountable for what they did? I feel like if they've done their penance, if they've paid the piper, if they've paid their dues, if they've done what they needed to do, we need to move on. I don't feel like at this point it's like, yeah, Jonathan Majors should still just be blacklisted from Hollywood. It's the same thing with Will Smith. Will Smith has paid his dues. He's apologized many times the way he did to Chris Rock. We're all moving on. Although I will say this. I have not seen Bad Boys 4. However, I have heard that there is a scene in the movie where they make a joke about the Oscar slap. And Chris Rock wasn't too happy about that. So, I feel like if you did your penance or whatever, then let's leave it there. Let's not continuously bring this thing up and think it's cute to bring it up as a joke in the movie, because now it feels like, okay, it's all performative. So I could definitely see why people are coming at it with that perspective. That joke should have never even made it in the damn movie, where you're poking fun at the expense of another celebrity. We know it's like, you fucked up. If you own up to your shit, move on. That's like if Jonathan Majors goes and does this new movie and they got him making a joke about slapping a white woman or whatever the case is, that's going to look ugly and messy on his part. So I hope they don't go in that direction with that. But I'm glad that he's back. It's like, what the hell was that? Oh, it was the printer. I was like, what was that noise? But I'm glad that Jonathan Majors has, that he's back to acting and he's doing what needs to be done in regard to his career, and we could all move on from it. So, because quiet as it's kept, I moved on. So let's all move on from it. I'm glad that he's doing what he did. You know what? He's moved on. He got his Perseverance Award. I don't know what that's going to do. What that's costing the price of tea in China, what that's going to do for his career, but it's cute or whatever. Jason Lee giving out awards. I'm sure it's not as prominent as like a major award or whatever, but at least he's being acknowledged by his peers for his body of work and the fact that, out of everything that he's done, he has persevered and he's going to keep going on. You're going to have your little rough patch, but what the career is the career. He should be allowed to work once he's paid his penance. And once he's all done with that, he can go back to acting. So I say all this to say to you, do y'all feel like, have you all moved on from this whole situation? Do you feel like Jonathan Majors should still pay regardless? I feel like if you've done your penance, move on. I don't feel like we should just continue to hold people's feet over a fire if they've actually taken accountability for their actions. Now, if you one of them people out here that just continuously don't pay accountability and you have become like the sociopathic narcissist and you just want to continue to try to scapegoat, then yeah, we should continue to hold their feet over the fire. But like I said, if you paid your penance, let's move on and with our lives or whatever the case is. So let me know what you guys think of this story down below. Okay, so we have some comments. It said Miami has a fun song. It is a fun song. Will Smith got some bops. We can't hate on him for that. I mean, he's always been dogged for being a little squeaky clean with his music. But here's the thing: all hip hop don't need to be, all hip hop is not a monolith. There's different genres for everybody. It's not all just like the same old sound or the same old type of music. It's like Will Smith's music was cute. It wasn't like my main thing of listening to. But if you ever want to have like a really good song to have playing in the backyard, like Summertime, Getting Jiggy with It, which had its own little dance. Like Will Smith was that dude back in the day. And it was good because it was like he was using the music to be able to capitalize with the films and all this stuff. It all went hand in hand, so it worked. I said most people aren't toxic, but when you're in a relationship that you're not compatible with, people, yeah, and I feel like, you know what? He wasn't compatible with her. He had said that, you know what, there was so many signs of him that they were not good for each other. But I feel like he just didn't know how to pull himself out of that relationship. And sometimes it's like, yeah, when you don't have the backbone to remove yourself from toxic situations, a lot of times you'll do things where it's like, hopefully, if I leave enough breadcrumbs, like I'm texting another girl and I'm cheating on you, then maybe she'll leave me because I'm too pussy to want to break up. I don't want her to be the one to break up. I want her to break up with me. So it's like, I feel like she was the bigger person, even though I was doing things to sabotage the relationship. Except y'all both were out drinking. She got a little rough. He was trying to, they push back. And, a lot of times when you drink, not to make an excuse, but if you drink enough, and I have been there, in situations where it's like when you drink, it lowers your inhibitions. You're not thinking clearly. So we all do things that fuck up a situation. I'm not saying it's right, but it happens. So, and nobody's perfect. So I'm glad that, he's learned his lesson. They're going to keep a definite eye on him. He got to walk on eggshells for the rest of his life. You can't do no kind of public fuck ups when you get in relationships or you get in a bad situation with girls. If you ever get into an argument, even if you've gotten into arguments with Meghan Good, walk away, leave her be, leave the room, go hit a punching bag, put a face on it, but don't literally hit her. Because we've all been in them situations where it's like you get in a relationship with somebody and you want to knock their teeth in the back of their damn throat. But you can't do that because you'll end up in jail or worse. So put the picture on the punching bag and go knock that damn thing around the way. It's like, yeah, because if I don't hit this bag, then that what you thinking of me? You getting on my fucking root canal nerve, so yes. So I'm gonna put this picture on this bag because if I don't, then it's gonna end up somewhere else. So find ways to just work off that baggage, that negative energy. So people got to learn to walk away from situations. But also, when people walk away to cool off, because I've had to do that a couple of times when it comes to people in situations, I say I got to go for a walk because if I don't, I'm going to jail for homicide. So sometimes you got to walk away from stuff, and it's like, please don't follow them. Let them work it out. Let them cool off, because it's like if you do that, then they calm down, and then that's that. But don't be berating them, because then you're antagonizing. But also society, police, all the other stuff. You have to also stop making it seem like women are weak and men should be the strong one and not have their moments. We need to look at it from a case by case basis and let men know it's okay to be emotional and to speak out when they're being abused by their girlfriends, because there's a lot of times where girls are putting their hands on their boyfriends, and because you're a man, you can't hit them back. So we have to leave it open for men to feel okay with speaking out on that too, and not call them weak or whatever, or a simp. Like the Firecrotch comment in the new Mean Girls watching that Paris Hilton D-Dop. I forgot a man bullied Lindsay when she was at her lowest point. Who was the one that called her? I forgot who called her Firecrotch. It was like, I Will made music for his grandma to listen to. Well, yeah, you know what? It's like my mother, my parents and stuff, they like Will Smith. So it's like, there's nothing wrong with making generational music. If you make music where it's like it's for little kids to listen to make for grown people to listen to, and my generation to listen to, you can make music that hits 3 different generations. To me, it's smart, and that's more money. And Will Smith was making a lot of money off them generations. Where it's like the parents was liking the music, little kids was liking the music, and then my generation was liking the music. We was going to the store and buying it. So I keep saying, once you feel better, take that aggression in the bedroom. Oh, that's another thing too. Sometimes I'll be angry fucking too. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna take it out on your hole. Tear that shit up. And so sometimes you gotta get in those things was like the angry fuck. I have been there. We said Brandon, shit, that mess. Anyway. Speaking of abuse and things and allegations, let's talk about Madonna and Sean Penn. And this long-standing rumor, in case people haven't heard, there's always been a long-standing rumor that was going around that Sean Penn, who was Madonna's first husband, was going around. He was mollywopping the pop icon, and there was a whole situation. So he finally addressed it in the interview. I had to pull this picture up because I was like, "Oh, this is a good picture of Sean Penn." There were some other ones I seen. I'm like, "Oh, girl, that skin is looking a little leathery." Even though he's like 2 years, I think a year or two younger than Madonna. But this one, it was like I saw in the comments, when he was talking about the infamous Will Smith slap. But that's not why I pulled it up, because it was the variety picture. But then I saw some people in the comments like, this is the same dude that hit Madonna with a baseball bat. Another person put, same Sean Penn who beat up Madonna because he's a tiny dude who can't pick on an actual man bigger than him. So since, there's always been this long-standing rumor that people believe that Sean Penn was out here beating Madonna. So he denied the rumor that he hit her in 1987 in a new interview. He finally addressed it. He said, I had a freaking SWAT team come up into my house. This is what the Oscar winner recalled to the New York Times in a profile published on Saturday. He said, I'm not coming out. I'm going to finish my breakfast. The next thing I knew, windows were being broken all around the house and they came in. They had me in handcuffs. So that's like, I'm watching like a scene out of like an action movie or Resident Evil. Remember when they come crashing through the damn glass when Alice woke up from her stupor in the tub, butt ass naked? Now, Penn, who's now 63, ultimately realized that police had caught wind of reports that he had trussed Madonna up like a turkey, a phase he admittedly did not even understand. Later on, the Mystic River star began dating another woman who confronted him about the alleged incident. She's looking at me like I killed her dog, he remembered, adding, I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. Penn and Madonna, who's now 65, infamously had a turbulent marriage that lasted from 1985 to 1989. However, the Queen of Pop rushed to her ex-husband's defense in 2015, saying resurfaced allegations that he had struck her throughout their union were completely outrageous, malicious, reckless, and false. While he certainly had more than one... She said, while we certainly had more than one heated argument, Sean has never struck me, tied me up, or physically assaulted me, she added at the time, further calling the Bad Boys actor a caring, compassionate individual. who I think a lot of people came at him because Sean Penn was a bad boy, hence one of my all-time favorite movies of his. I love him in the movie Bad Boys with Ali Sheedy and Esai Morales. That is like one of my all-time favorite movies. Anytime I see that movie on the streaming services, I definitely watch that. And I've always been a fan of Sean Penn as an actor because he's very intense, which reminds me a lot of I feel like I feel like he and Madonna are the original J-Lo and Ben Affleck, which is Madonna had the bigger career. Sean Penn was an actor who didn't like all the attention from the paparazzi and all that other stuff. And because of her celebritydom, I feel like they couldn't make the relationship work because they could never have like their own thing. And I feel like her fame and her hunger for it ruined their marriage. And plus, they were very young at the time. So Madonna's sworn statement came after Penn filed a $10 million defamation lawsuit against Empire creator Lee Daniels, who had likened him to a wife beater in a Hollywood Reporter interview. Daniels apologized in 2016, saying, "I'm sorry that I have hurt you, Sean, and I apologize and retract my reckless statements about you." In response at the time, Penn said, "I accept Lee's heartfelt apology and appreciate the sincerity in which it was delivered." So even back then, people was running around with the narrative, including Lee Daniels, saying that they had heard these stories about him beating on Madonna. And when you say something about that, when you don't even know whether or not it's true, now you're getting defamation suits put against you. So since then, they said after, they divorced, he wound up marrying Robin Wright in 1996. They welcomed 2 children, Dylan Penn, who's 33, and son Hopper Penn, who's 30. They wound up divorcing in 2010. Sean then married Layla George from 2020 to 2022. So I guess he's in the same boat as Madonna's like, just don't get married because marriages don't work for y'all. Madonna, she married Guy Ritchie in 2000. They have 2 kids, Rocco and David Banda, before dissolving their marriage in 2008. Even though we've heard the tea that David Banda is not even acknowledged by Guy, even though she adopted him while they were married. So David's more or less a mama's boy. He's always been close to Madonna, that sort of thing, as we've seen many a times in the videos and stuff online. And, Madonna also has a kid, Lourdes, from Carlos Leon. She also has, 3 daughters who she adopted while she was single. Mercy James was 18, and twins Stella and Esther Ciccone, who were both 11 years old. So, what I want to say on this whole situation, I'm just glad that this has all been put to bed now. A lot of people can stop running around with this narrative that Sean Penn is a woman beater, because a lot of people over the years have been saying this. I remember hearing these stories, and I've always kind of looked at Sean Penn with a side eye in this whole situation. But if he said in the interview, I'm glad he addressed it, said that it's not true. Even Madonna went on the record to say that she was never assaulted by Sean Penn. They've had heated arguments, but he never put his hands on her. And I think, like I said before, I truly believe that they are the original Bennifer, where it's like Madonna was the big star. Sean Penn was a actor who was adored and revered at the same time in Hollywood, that he was a serious actor. He loved the art of the craft, but he hated the paparazzi. He hated all that stuff that came with the Hollywood machine. He don't care about the paparazzi. He don't like the pictures and all this other stuff. And it would get frustrating because Madonna was the big star, and the paparazzi is all about her. But of course, since you're there, they're going to be wanting to take their photos. They're going to be doing these other things. And of course, it's going to frustrate him because that's the side of Hollywood he hates. Madonna's all for it. Similar to J-Lo. She loves the attention. She loves, giving the people what they want and getting her picture taken and stuff. But Ben hates it, and so does Sean. So I'll say all this to say, I'm glad it's finally been put to bed. We can all move on from it. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to Madonna. Especially since Madonna about to take over Pride this week. So let me know what y'all think of this story down below. What is nice and cold, jam? Let's get to the comments. And so I keep saying, once you feel better, take the aggression. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Oh, yeah, we saw that. Of course. My mom loved Meghan Trainor. She was She has that fan base. Oh, Meghan Trainor gets is another artist who hits all the different generations, like older people, Gen X, Gen Z as well. She hits, what is it? Um, Boomers, Gen X, Millennials, and possibly I don't know if she hits Gen Z though. It said he liked Guy Ritchie. Oh, he liked Guy Ritchie, didn't like Mr. Madonna. Men are allowed to age horribly. People are starting to realize that women can't expect. Yeah, y'all so quick to go in on women, but um, when it comes to men, y'all don't talk about their appearances. It's like men are allowed to age. Men, I mean, unless it's like they got bad plastic surgery, or like recently, Justin Timberlake has gotten a bit of that whole ageist shade where they talk about how he hasn't aged well, but I guess is only being brought in the conversation because of the recent DWI arrest, where people are saying that, yeah, he does look a little tattered. But there have been stories about Justin and the whole aging thing before the whole alcohol situation came out, but I'm seeing it a lot more because of the recent, the recent arrest. Sean Penn always loved Madonna, but like he said, it was bad timing. He wanted privacy, and she was becoming the biggest thing. He went to several Rebel Heart dates. So yeah, I think they do support each other from afar. We've seen pictures of them out and about together at certain events. Madonna's even said in many interviews that she still, her greatest love was Sean, but she never did what a Hennifer did, which was, oh yeah, I'm gonna go back to my ex and see if we could make it work. But then again, Sean wasn't out here doing what Ben was doing, allegedly, which was love bombing her. Like he's always said that he loves her from afar and that there was just the timing and all this stuff. And I don't think they'd be willing to revisit it because you know what? At the end of the day, I still think Sean doesn't like the press. Sean doesn't like the paparazzi unless he's going to do an interview and promote a movie. He still likes his privacy. Madonna's still out here, even though she is her star isn't as prominent as it was back in the day, where it's like the paparazzi stuff is chasing. Madonna is an icon. She still gets a lot of the attention, and I don't think he'd still be up to date even at his age. I just feel like Sean is set in his ways. He is the way he is, and him and Madonna, they had their moment, but I can't see them doing what Hennifer and Benifer did with their situation. And say he took his daughter backstage to meet Madonna. I think it was one of the New York shows. Was it recent from this tour, or was it a past tour? Anyway, speaking of Hennifer, let's get into this tea about Andy Cohen defending Hennifer from some allegations that a lot of people have been making about her, including Nutmeg McCain, formerly of The View. So Cohen, who's 56, told listeners on his Daddy Diaries podcast that he was amazed by the backlash Hennifer had received in recent weeks. He called out a Hollywood Reporter story headline, "The J-Lo Bubble Burst, How Unlikability Ruined Her Tour." Countering a friend's claim that she had pissed off a lot of people, Cohen replied, "I don't think that's correct." He cited the 4 appearances Lopez had made on his Bravo talk show, Watch What Happens Live. If you don't get into this whole thing about him and the Watch What Happens Live in a second, because I have another article that kind of intertwines into that, and I was like, let me bring that up to even tie all this together. But anyway, he said no drama, Cohen recalled. She wasn't late, wasn't anything. She showed up, was game, did the show. Cohen added that he could talk to Lopez about anything. Now, Cohen's comments stand in dark contrast to what Nutmeg McCain had to say about the singer early this month. In the June 7th episode of her Citizen McCain podcast, she accused Lopez of being a terrible guest on The View. McCain was a co-host on the daytime talk show from 2017 to 2021, saying, "I too share similar negative stories about the entire world does. She just is a deeply unpleasant person. She had the biggest entourage I've ever seen, more than Kim Kardashian and the president. I just don't understand why it was needed." Because she's Hennifer, and that's the way Hennifer rolls. When you are a big-time A-list celebrity, you roll with a whole glam squad of people. Jennifer Lopez does run around with a lot of people. That has always been her reputation. That is nothing new. I've always heard stories about how she walks around with a lot of people. Hence why we have the situation with Kelly Rowland, where Kelly Rowland was at the Today Show and she was supposed to co-host a segment along with promoting Mea Culpa. And she wanted a big dressing room, and they gave it to Hannaford because Hannaford rolls around with a whole entourage like she the president, and that's the damn Secret Service, working with her. I mean, me personally, I don't understand why you need all those people. Like, to me, it's like if I'm walking around, I just need do I need my publicist? No, I can speak for myself. I can have my manager with me, security, and my glam squad. So if people are just basically going to be helping me with my wardrobe, hair, makeup, and stuff, I get all those people, but I don't even understand why you need 20 damn people rolling deep. It's like, we get it. You're an A-list celebrity, but why are you walking around all those people? Is it like an insecurity thing? Whatever. That's her demon. She got to fight, but that's basically the team. So they said people are mean if they see someone is all doing okay. This is what he said. They want to rip you apart, but she is strong. She is Teflon. She is gorgeous. She knows herself. She is confident. Child, why the salad is coming from the mouth of a shallow queen? Because it is. And we know Andrew Cohen and how he operates. The podcast discussion came shortly after Lopez canceled her This Is Me live tour, citing a desire to be with her children, blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, she's off in Italy on a boat, living her damn best life, taking all these damn selfies, and got paparazzi taking pictures everywhere. So if you out trying to live your best life, clearly you're doing it because you know where you go, you're going to get a lot of shots by the paparazzi, you're going to get a lot of attention, and she's trying to get Ben's attention, and Ben is out here living his best life and getting in fights with paparazzi, because I just saw this article earlier on the page 6 where he lost control outside of his and Hannaford's marital home yesterday when paparazzi, because it was a bunch of them out there, wouldn't stop snapping photos and blinding him with their flashes. They said the light bulbs was such a distraction and safety issue that the Oscar winner abruptly slammed on the brakes of his car, reversed it, and exited the vehicle to chastise the photogs, saying, "Listen, man, you're going to get me in an accident." This is what he was heard yelling at one of the cameramen in the video obtained by TMZ on Monday. He said, "Don't flash your lights as I'm driving down the driveway." So I'm not mad at Ben for feeling the way he feels. I'm like, well, damn, I get it. Like, he doesn't like all the attention. Oh, damn. There was a story that came out about a Pirates of the Caribbean actor who got killed in a shark attack. We're just going to have to worry about that another time. But let me see. I want to see if I can pull up the video because I just immediately went to TMZ. But an ad is playing. So I'm going to wait and install. So look, I get it. Ben is feeling the way. I mean, he has the right to feel the way he feels. This reminds me similar to the same situation. Remember when Tobey Maguire got into it with the paparazzi because they were surrounding his car? And he was like, "Move the F out the way." Like, he's trying to drive and y'all blinding him. Like, y'all really need to think about that. But all these paparazzi people, and I get it. This is your job. This is how y'all make y'all money. You got to get your shots or whatever the case is. But damn, can I leave my damn driveway? Like, my wife is off, my strange wife, and they showed a picture of him recently out with his daughter. He had no wedding ring on. So clearly the marriage is done. Jennifer is out in Italy living her best life, trying to show that I could do bad by myself, but it seemed like Ben is over it. He's moved on. He don't care about how she feels right now, and he's just doing what he's doing. He's out here. Is he done with the damn accountant? I do wonder if he's done with the accountant because it just seems like to me like I keep hearing like he's been filming that movie. It seemed like he's been filming that movie for 3 damn months. But anyway, the ad finally is finished. We're going to pull up this video to see Ben chewing out the paparazzi, courtesy of TMZ. Please hold. So now that shit's annoying. I'd be pissed too. I was like, damn, I can't fucking see. And now he's basically, you can see like in the car, he was covering his eyes with his hand. Here you go.
Listen, man, I'm gonna get you in an accident. Don't flash your light if someone's driving down the road. Listen, you do have a light. Don't do that. That's dangerous. You don't even know if that's me. You cause an accident.
That's right. Okay, Betty, right. I have no idea, but you know that. But you're right.
Stop, man. It's dangerous what you guys are doing. Do you understand? I can't see. You're gonna get somebody hurt doing this shit.
Ben, tie your shoe.
My daughter's coming down here. If you flash the lights on her, you're putting her in danger. Do you understand that?
Yeah. Understood, Ben.
I'm with you, Ben. I am with him on that because I'm like, look, y'all gotta do better, paparazzi. I'm like, wait a minute, y'all can't take no pictures without the flash. Like, photography has advanced so much these days that y'all could take your pictures or whatever the case is. Excuse me. But yeah, that is particularly dangerous that y'all are out here flashing. I'm like, I'm trying to leave my house. I'm trying to I'm trying to drive and go wherever the hell it is that I'm going. My kid is there who is old enough to drive. I don't know if it's Violet or Serafina, but it's like my kid is in the house. They're trying to come down the road. What if you thought that was me in there and that was my daughter and she's not used to all of this? She's only she's in this situation because I fucked her mother, Jennifer Garner, and she's here. She didn't ask to be, in this whole situation. So what if she careens, gets into an accident, God forbid something happens, then what? Now we're going to get a paparazzo who's going to get thrown in jail. Ben is going to pop off and beat the shit out of y'all, and he's going to end up locked up. So we have to so it's like, just be considerate when it comes to these type of situations. So I'm here with him on that. On the other hand and stuff, to get to Andy Cohen, Andy, just because you had a good situation with Hennifer and her coming on your show, doesn't mean that you could discount what other people's experiences are. And when I look at the whole thing with Nutmeg, I feel like Nutmeg's experience is tame because she went and brought up that she had this big entourage, and then there was a guy that was working for her that was holding up a mirror while she was getting glammed up. So, I mean, if she's paying him good money to hold up that mirror, bitch, if I was getting paid a whole lot of money to hold up a mirror so Jennifer Lopez can get her touch-ups, bitch, trust and believe, I'm holding it how high you want it, sis, because the check is going to clear and I'm making a good coin. It's not degrading. That's his job. Your whole job is you benefit off of being a Nepo baby from your daddy, John McCain. May he rest in peace. So you run around here saying all your little bullshit. It's like, sis, you're a Nepo baby. Like, sit and spin, bitch. That's how I feel about Nutmeg. So she was looking for a moment. And it is what it is. But for the most part, it's like Andy making these excuses like, okay, so your experience was great with her the 4 times she came on Watch What Happens Live. It's because she's probably a professional the many times she's come on. And she knows how to do all of that. But you can't discount the many situations that that other people have encountered, like the service people, the people in the service industry, or people who said they can't look her in the eye, that she has gotten many people fired. The fact that she's gone in and had people's videos moved on TikTok. Nutmeg said that she had one of her videos that she talked about her removed from TikTok also. The girl that had the cancer, and she was using the money as her way of paying for her medical expenses and all that other stuff. The people who rely on TikTok in those situations. So you can't. So just because, like I said, you had good experiences with Hennifer, doesn't mean that you're going to discount what other people's experiences have been. So I'm glad you said what you said, but you can't go up in here and say, that's your experience, but you can't go up in here and sit and say, well, I don't think that's correct. You can't speak for other people. Who are you? And first of all, last time I checked, Mr. Cohen, don't you got your own shit going on over there at Bravo with all these accusations of how you treat a couple of the Bravo celebrities that were on the payroll ever at Bravo, and the fact that Bravo is trying their damnness not to have any more lawsuits, especially the thing with Kenya. And we're going to talk about Kenya in a second. But I also forgot to mention, before I forget, that, he did an interview with Deadline where he's upset over the fact that he's left out of the conversation of late night hosts with his Watch What Happens Live, since we're speaking about it, because the straight male colleagues like Stephen Colbert, Conan O'Brien, John Oliver, and the Jimmys, meaning Fallon and Kimmel, get propped up, and he's not taken seriously as a late night host. He said, I was very conscious that I wanted to be part of the late night conversation. He explained, adding that not being invited to Vanity Fair's photo shoot of hosts in 2015 made him feel salty. So yeah, he was upset over that. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, look, say what you want, but I guess, he is a part of the conversation. Andy Cohen is a part of the conversation in regards to being a part of the whole zeitgeist of late night hosts. I don't particularly care for Watch What Happens Live unless there's certain people that's on there. I will watch it. I don't care a lot about them housewives anymore. But a lot of times we have people, and I always be feeling like, how you a gay man with a lot of opportunities? You could have been doing what all the other hosts wasn't doing, which was you could have been putting a lot of those queer celebrities outside of them no talent Bravo celebrities. You could have been putting them in the chair, in the hot seat, having the conversations, not putting them behind the bar. So when you have Caswell released the album, why you got them behind the bar? You should have had them in the chair. That would have been the difference between you and or the Drag Race girls. You could have been putting them in the seat to sit up there, except you were trying to prop up all these old no talent Bravo celebrities because you wanted to promote your shows. You could have been that could have been your way of standing out, but you never did that because you were all about trying to do what you were doing with, Watch What Happens Live. So, whatever, niece. So I'll say all this to say, because I think I'm over talking about Andy and his shenanigans and the fact of whatever he said. But what do you think about this story in regards to the whole Ben thing, about Hannaford, and about Andy Cohen's assessment of the whole situation? Let me know, because I think I said enough of what I need to say in the situation. But let me know what you guys think of this story down below. Now, we do got a lot of comments, so let's go right to it, yeah. Like I said, he did used to fight, and he did used to get in fights with paparazzi. There's pictures of him spitting on people in the 80s. Don't not the spitting. There was a thing I saw of a woman on I think it was the neighborhood talk, where they was like, what would you do in this situation? So there was a woman that was on a flight, and they said this little girl got up in the chair, was looking at the people behind her, and started blowing spit bubbles, landed on the woman and her husband. They said they were shocked and appalled at first, and the parents tried to pull the kid down from the whole situation. Kid went and did it again. Father got heated, and they said, what'd you do in this situation? No shade. I'm mollywopping the child and I'm beating the parent's ass. That's what I said I would do. Because what you're not going to do is you need to discipline your fucking child. Like, I hate when people take kids in public and they don't know how to act. Y'all try to be these kids' friend rather than a parent. And y'all need to figure out how to, when y'all out in public, if your children are a nuisance, you need to put a muzzle on them damn children, a mask or something. Because if your kid spit on me and the parent, you don't do what needs to be done, I'm fucking you and your kid up. I don't care. Y'all gonna have to lock my ass. I'm going to jail. But what you're not gonna do is spit on me. That's the most nastiest offense you could do. Because if you ain't gonna discipline your kid, I damn sure will. And so they said, oh, Sean Penn was extremely, well, I wouldn't be surprised. And that was another thing too. It's like Madonna's whole brand is basically, LGBTQ rights. You can't be homophobic. It's like, sir, you will, she can't get behind that. And people would have dragged her because of it. Oh, how you an ally, but you married to a holler howl? It said rolling deep. Bormani debuted, not Flopamine. Yeah. Child, first of all, speaking of Bormani, let's talk about her contemporary, Camilla Cabral. So apparently she revealed a new song over the weekend that she got with City Girls. And she was really going in with that choreography. It was some way that she was performing it live. I was sitting there just like, this child is trying so hard to make this era a thing. And then people was in the comments reminding her, I was like, well, wait, ain't she? And all of a sudden you're working with all these rappers and all these black artists, but sis, aren't you a racist? So lest we forget that she was out here with that page. What was it on? It wasn't Reddit. It was something else. But anyway, she had a whole thing where they put it out there and they found out that she had this little chat, she had this page where she was posting a lot of racist stuff on it. And now it came back to haunt. Now all of a sudden, because the music wasn't musicking, That your career, like the only good song that you came out was that song you did, Havana, and the song you did with your boyfriend, Shawn Mendes. The music wasn't doing what needed to be done. And now all of a sudden, this is what they do. They run to the black folks trying to get that situation, but now people see through the bullshit. And she came out with a song with Carisha and them and it's trying to sound, I'm like, that choreography is late. The song sounds tired. I could never understand what the hell Carisha and the other girl be saying. First of all, y'all like, y'all need subtitles whenever you try to listen to you Miami rappers. I could never understand what the hell y'all be saying. So, and there's going to be another flop. So I definitely see like maybe Camilla will debut slightly higher than Flopamine, but I do feel like people ain't checking for her. Y'all look, no shade, but I feel like Fifth Harmony, y'all need to get back together because ain't nobody checking for you broad solo. Except who was the other one? Oh, no, what's she in? No, Perry's in Little Mix. First of all, I just heard that she actually sold out her little her headlining tour situation. So shout out to her. So Perry Edwards is out here doing her thing. But the rest of them girls over there at Fifth Harmony, y'all are not it solo. Y'all need there was a reason why Simon Cowell put y'all together as a group. Not showing Donna. Look what they did to Britney. Okay. And now a lot of people I seen, speaking of Britney, I seen a lot of people was putting in the comments that how come y'all was quick to put Britney in a conservatorship with what she was going through, but Justin need to be in one too. Well, I don't know. I haven't heard anything that's as extreme as Justin need to be in a conservatorship. So I don't think the whole conservatorship needs to be for him because he hasn't, there's nothing in that we've heard from him that he has been a danger to himself or people around him. So I don't agree with that. I would just say he's still filming account. This is a long ass damn movie. I was like, damn, how much more time? How much y'all need to be filming with that? But some of these movies they do take a good 3 months, depending, or maybe there's some reshoots. I mean, I like the first Accountant. I just don't understand why is there a sequel. But if they found a reason to make a new movie, then they can make it. So Britney was also a teen. J-Lo was 30 when she exploded. So she loved the cameras and everything because she was and she was able to figure out how to make it work. Because it was like, yeah, J-Lo did come into the industry late with her career. She kicked it off at 30. So which is why I don't understand why everybody tries to act like this is such a youth-oriented market. Is that she struck at the right time. Not these paps better leave Batman alone. Okay? And so they need the Flash because of the night. That will be their excuse. Yeah, their marriage is definitely over. And I do feel like it was possibly, maybe they're both to blame, but I do feel like, Ben, you are at fault because my thing is you shouldn't have led J-Lo on. She had moved on. You shouldn't have been love bombing her. You shouldn't have been sending her love letters and flowers and all that stuff. You should have let her get over her relationship with A-Rod, cheating ass, allegedly. Excuse me, y'all should have moved on. Child, don't even remind me about what happened with Princess Diana. Because, yeah, them paparazzis, y'all was chasing them and they got into the car accident. And, you know what? They're both to blame. Like, he love bombed her and all this other stuff. And, she did say that she was hurt. That was like her first love that she really felt hurt by. Like, she truly loved Ben. And she was willing to give it a chance. She had moved on with other people and all this other stuff. But you shouldn't have pursued her. You should have left her alone. And now it's like he thought, oh yeah, I could change. Maybe there'd be some. We could give it a go or whatever the case is, and realize that it couldn't. You were in over your head. So, but I definitely feel because I'm sitting there like, damn, I hope y'all will find ways to not run into each other at press junkets or red carpet events or whatever the case is. Because I know that would be the ultimate thing. I was like, damn, I want to fight this motherfucker for what he did to me 2 times. Not once, but twice, Chad. I say it was the Rebel Heart tour. He took his daughter backstage. It was his daughter, Dylan. Okay. We're going to get into the whole Kenya situation because that's the next topic. And said, and Kandi acting a fool. Child, yeah, that's the team we're about to get into. It said, he is not late night. And that's why I said, look, one of my biggest dreams, and I will say this, and I've said this many a times, and if I put it out in the universe, I feel like it will happen. I've always wanted to do a late night talk show, and I got ideas on what I want to do in regards of it. So all the things that Andy H should have been doing as a gay late night host and really capitalizing on that and really just like, which would have differentiated himself from the Jimmys and Stephen Colbert and the rest of them. You didn't do that because you wanted to be a part of that club, and they never looked at you as being a part of the club. People don't take Andy Cohen seriously. He wants to be a part of that elite boys club of late night guys, but I guess maybe they feel like he hasn't played the game, so they don't see you. They don't see you, niece. They don't see it for you. They say he doesn't even have a banter monologue. Plus, Andy is an executive. Child, don't even get me started on the fact that Nene said that she came up with the idea of Watch What Happens, and how Kathy Griffin called him out on that. Like, how do you give yourself your own show? Like, they both dragged him on that. And yeah, it's like, you are executive producer. You ran with the whole thing of, first of all, it was never called, well, yeah, it was. First of all, the reunions, I remember in the beginning, were called Watch What Happens because Nene came up with the whole reunion situation. They never were doing reunions on those shows until the Housewives of Atlanta came in. Of course, leave it to the black people to pioneer shit and white people to colonize it. See, Nene, you was a fool. Speaking of which, she got a new show coming out on Lifetime, I believe, like a relationship show. I just heard. But see, this is what happens when y'all don't capitalize on stuff. Y'all be thinking these people in this industry are y'all friends. You need to trademark some things. You'd be making a coin still off the back of Watch What Happens if you did come up with the ideas. You claim you did. So yeah, you don't have a monologue. It was like you basically use Watch What Happens Live to promote your show. And child, I have to binge The Real Housewives of New Jersey, because that infamous fight between Danielle and Jen Aiden showed up all over social media, where she pushed Danielle and Danielle went and smacked Jen Aiden in the face with a glass in the drink. I said, bitch, I was not expecting her. She went gangster on her. And people in the comments are team Jen Aiden. I'm like, are y'all slow? I never liked Jen Aiden. I thought she was always a bully and a bone carrier for Teresa. But yeah, I was like, I gotta watch New Jersey, because I have been slipping on Jersey this season. I think maybe it's because I'm over the whole Housewives thing. But child, after I saw that clip, I said, damn, I need to get back into the Housewives of New Jersey. It's a lot to deal with Teresa and her delusions in recorded time. I ain't gonna say real time, because it's not real time, it's recorded time. Watch What Happens Live seemed like the only thing the gays and Bravo fans watch, though. Do gays really watch What Happens Live? I feel like gay people go on the show, whatever the case is, but I really feel like, I don't know. To me, it seems like more women watch What Happens Live, and more people who watch like Bravo and all other stuff. I do feel like more of them. I don't know if gays necessarily watch them. I know gays throw shade at Andy Cohen more. A lot of gays don't really particularly care for Andy Cohen, if you read the comments on social media. But I feel like more women and straight folks watch What Happens Live. But I'm sure there's some gays out there that watch. It said he is not late night. Ooh. Andy is not coming from the tradition of Johnny. Oh, you talking about Johnny Carson? Mm-hmm. So every late night host is basically the son of Johnny Carson. He is the blueprint, and Andy Cohen ain't that. He does not even have the style. And Watch What Happens is just messy. There is no banter and no monologue. So it's like, yeah, if you're going to do a late night show, I'm not saying that you need to follow the same formula of these other late night shows, because to me, it's just like, if y'all all doing the same thing, it's like, how do y'all all differentiate from each other? Which is the whole monologue, interview a celebrity, whatever the case is. So if you can come up with an interesting thing and you work it out like a late night show, but just put your own spin on it, I'm here for it. But I just don't. Yeah, I do. I do feel like they're not. It's not, it. Oh, you saw the neighborhood talk comments about the Camila Cabello clip too. I was cackling when I read the comments over there, because they was like, "Oh, ain't she a racist?" The people will never let you forget your past. Because Simon wanted her to go solo, Perry Edwards, and I guess it's really showing that Perry was the star. But like Leanne said, Little Mix will come back, and Leanne's doing her thing too. But Perry is that girl though. And they said, meanwhile, Trevor Noah is the only non-white, but yeah, he left though. And I do agree that we need diversity in regards to late night. We definitely do. We need women. I heard Lunel's trying to get a whole late night situation going. We'll see how that works out. We definitely need some black people on in late night. I just feel like late night and daytime has gotten so boring and so stale that who knows? Maybe the next generation of late night hosts or whatever. We got to create that on in the YouTube space, because look, YouTube is definitely in my opinion, the future of talk. I know it's like a lot of people ain't really seeing it right now, but a lot of people definitely, watch more YouTube than they watch network television. And we are the future in regards to like giving y'all the celebrity news and gossip and entertainment and all that other stuff. So I really wish that, the networks would give people like us a shot, us self-made, pundits. But they're all about the ass kisses, whatever the case is. But if that opportunity comes, I'll jump on it. But you said Lunel, not sure if she's network TV late night. Well, we'll see, because I did hear something that I think she mentioned that she's working with Jimmy Kimmel on something in regards of like a whole late night setup. Because I remember she was on before they wound up going on hiatus, because they said they're on vacation. TGIF. She said that she got something cooking in regards of a late night show. What do you think is a young star that could take Jimmy's spot on one of their shows? I don't see it. I feel like because network television, really, y'all not out here nurturing the next generation of talk show hosts, of pundits, of talent, people who can talk about politics, people who can talk about entertainment news and gossip. And a lot of us who are out here doing this type of or who are having these good conversations, who are having these type of conversations, a lot of us aren't baby rump kissers. Like, a lot of us are giving our unfiltered opinions. But people like myself, we bring the integrity where it's like, if we're going to hear things, we have to come at it from a standpoint of like, we just can't just be running our mouth and saying a whole bunch of lies and bullshit just because we want to go viral. Like, there's a responsibility with that. Otherwise, we're going to end up like Tasha K and get sued. So you have to watch the things that you're putting out here in regards to that type of conversation. So you said late night is for CBS, NBC, ABC, and so it still needs a PG spin. I'm sure those type of pundits are out there, but I feel like the way that the music industry has looked to YouTube and TikTok for the next pop star, or the movie industry people have looked to YouTube for the next big filmmaker, actor, whatever the case is, because putting reels and stuff. I feel like network television, y'all need to follow the same blueprint and look to YouTube for the next big talk show host. Now, if y'all look, I could definitely do a late night talk show. I could curb this mouth. I can stop cussing if I need to, or just bleep me. But I don't know. I just feel like y'all need to kind of update your format in regards to a lot of stuff too. And the industry has to take risks in regards of looking for real talent. In regards of, y'all have to take risks in regard of like the talent. Y'all got to also take risks in not trying to change up some stuff in late night. Also, I just feel like Gen Z do they really watch late night though? I guess maybe because college or whatever the case is. But also, it's like we're at a place now where you could also not only use you got to use the internet also as a way to promote your stuff as well. Like, look, Sherry Shepherd, I'll use her for example. Her show is not only on television, it's on YouTube. You can watch a full episode of the Sherry Shepherd show on YouTube. I think people need to do that in regards to the late night shows too. That when I watch certain clips, like I watched the Channel Rome interview with Jimmy Fallon on YouTube. That's how I found out about it. And it was everything. When she was up there talking about Sasha Colby being your drag queen's favorite drag queen. She said that's where she got that from. And now we got Plain Jane out here throwing shade at Channel Rome and got ate up in the comments because she was out here talking about she don't think I mean, is she being authentic in her drag or whatever the case? It's like, sis, you trying to read, but you spend more time trying to justify what you said because people dragged you on social media. And it's like, girl, you're not even funny. You was never funny when you was on your season of Drag Race, where you were trying to come for a mandatory meeting. You feel like being funny is bullying, but you're not. And then you had people in the comments dragging you in real time because of some of the shit you were saying on social media. And now you're not liking it. Now you spend more time trying to defend what you said, and then you deleted the original post, which I posted on my Facebook, by the way. So there was that. They said Jimmy Fallon just renewed his contract until 2028. I heard Jimmy Kimmel is not renewing his, though. So he might be done with the whole late night situation. So, but I do agree, they need to find out who the next generation is. And I feel like the only way they're going to do that, y'all need to look to YouTube to look to for the next generation. Those of us who actually self-produce our own chat shows and have that sense of, what the next generation of celebrities is. It said that's a good question. Who is quick and has a good hand in politics and entertainment? Me. I could do it. Shit. All the stuff I be talking about on here. And it said you need someone who has knowledge of the past 50 years. And that's another thing too, is that you got to be able to find somebody, and that's like me. Why I always keep my ears to what's going on with Gen Z and Gen Alpha, because that isn't my demographic. But I have my ear to the street of what's going on with that. And they said, so it's like them, and I got to be able to have knowledge of the stuff that we talk about, which is music before my time, which would be, Tina Turner and all the other stuff I grew up with, Tina Turner, Boy George, all that stuff, that type of music. Cyndi Lauper, Madonna. I was a little kid when all of them were coming up. Then you have to have knowledge of like my generation of music, which is Britney, Christina, that Justin Timberlake, that sort of thing, which is why I can bring y'all the stuff that I talk about on here with that. And then you have to look at the next generation of music, which is the Olivia Rodrigos, the Conan Grays, the Channel Roans, the Charlie XCX. Then we have to look at all of that stuff, and you have to be able to hit all cylinders. You can't just be up in here and just not have a knowledge of, you can't only just have a one-track mind of knowledge. What's going on with that. So I feel like that's what that needs to be. You have to be well versed in a lot of stuff, which is why I've always been inquisitive about everything between what's going on in the world, entertainment, movies, pop culture, politics. You have to be well rounded without needing a co-host because you got to be able to hold people's attention for as long as you be able to do it. I like Jimmy coming in. He's a solid 90s kid and it shows, but even Jimmy gets a lot of flack. You talking about Jimmy Fallon? Well, probably because Jimmy Fallon doesn't really interview. I think he just doesn't like interviewing celebrities. So we're trying to find creative ways. That's why that damn Red Bull's making me gassy. That's why I always try to find creative ways, which is kind of frustrating at times when he does interviews because it always comes in like he's a baby rump kisser. They said late night is a lifetime appointment. Like Supreme, we need someone. Look, child, quiet as it's kept. Here's the thing: I'm young enough to do it, but also it's like if I get into a contract where I got to do it as long as like Oprah or Phil Donahue, I'll do it as long as it's interesting, entertaining, and y'all pay good money. Because I could live the rest of my life over doing a late night talk show. First of all, the good thing about pop culture shows or whatever, it's always evolving. You got to adapt with the times. There's always some next new big thing coming up that you can always talk about. And it's a steady gig. Who wouldn't want to do that? And we can find ways of being entertaining. I even thought about like on my late night talk show, I need a bar. I want a bar similar to Watch What Happens Live, but I need like a hot bartender behind that bar every night in his little underwear, making the drinks. And I'd be like, yeah, come over. Like, and then I ask the celebrity when he sit down, very much Graham Norton. I want that whole setup. I was like, okay, what do y'all want to drink? And he'd be like, you tell him, even though I already know what the drink is, it's already prepared. The guy comes over, we oogle at him for a second, his little panties. His little pair of briefs or whatever. We have our little moment of the googly oogly, just to play it up for laughs. And then we go back to having our little regular conversation about whatever it is. Your album, the movie, TV show, whatever. It's like, it should be fun. I feel like American talk shows, y'all take yourselves way too seriously. But it's funny how like in entertainment, the people can go overseas, celebrities can go overseas, and y'all seem more loose over there than you are in America. which I don't get. I'm like, let's have fun over here. We can have fun. Y'all get a little lit, whatever the case is. But some of these celebrities, look, if stuff come out about y'all, we got to talk about it. Like I can't be handcuffed to the point of like, oh damn, now I can't mention, oh so and so got an offender bender because he was on my show. We got to talk about it. He said, I could see you late night for real. You have radio voice and knowledge of tea and history. Everybody says I have a radio voice. It's like, well, I look, I did have my own show on the radio, all digital radio for 7 years called the Chris Avalon Show. So, a lot of practice. Plus, I've done many of shows with so many other people that it briefly started. So I always feel like this is always meant in the cards for me to do. I thought about the whole acting thing. I don't have the energy or wherewithal to sit and memorize a script. Although, if the opportunity presented itself that I could guest star on some show or whatever, I'm down. But as far as like to really get into like pursuing it, no, I don't got the time. It's a headache. I'm too lazy for that. But doing a show, like a talk show, definitely I could do that in my sleep because it's like I could do a monologue, put up the teleprompter, I could read the teleprompter. And, I got my questions, I do my research when the celebrities come on, and we just have fun. And plus, I've had practice with interviewing celebrities, be it drag race queens and all this other stuff. So I'm built for this shit. I'm ready for my close-up, Mr. DeMille. So it's like, yeah, so I read that. So yeah, we definitely need all three. It's like, you got to have history of like pop culture, be able to talk politics, and not be afraid to give your opinion because people going to hate you for your opinion, whether you like it or not. And, I got the gift of gab. Shit, look, y'all sit up in here for 4 hours, watch me run my, we already at the 3-hour mark. But that's because in between the topics, we're having a conversation, which is the part of the show that I like. I love the interaction with the viewers and stuff. That's like my favorite part of doing the show. It's like, yeah, we could sit and we could talk celebrity news and gossip, but I love the whole back and forth conversations. Oh wait, did I even read that? Oh yeah, Gen Z will watch the interviews on YouTube. I just watch. Yeah, that was a good one. I love Chaperone. I just love her whole drag aesthetic. And then Robert sent me something where she was dressed up like Divine and a bunch of other stuff. So I'm like, yeah, she is, and she's well aware of her history, the history of drag and all that stuff. So yeah, there are cis women out here who do drag. I don't know why people are surprised by all this. Sidebar, I recently got into watching Drag Race France. Not just got into, but it's the new season. I watched the first episode last week, but I watched 2 and 3 yesterday. I told you I love Drag Race France. That's like one of my favorite franchises. I love me some Nikki Doll. I had the exclusivity about Nikki hosting before it even came out because I knew from a really good source who worked with her who told me the tea. But anyway, I'm loving this new season of Drag Race France and the fashions and things. Speaking of France, shout out to Bad Bunny because I seen he recently performed at one of the fashion shows out there because I think it's Fashion Week, and he performed a couple of his songs. There was like a whole tennis, look thing, runway thing. They had Venus and Serena was out there walking the runway. His girlfriend Kendall Jenner, yeah, they back together because they showed them coming out of the restaurant and all that other stuff. He with a glass of wine. She stopped and signed autographs. He was like, "How you doing?" Got in the car. It kept it moving. Let me find out. I said, look at Benito learning English so he can go and eat this girl box. Sometimes you do what you need to do when you want to get in a relationship. It's like with me. If I ever got in a relationship with someone whose English is not their first language, I'm going to learn the language so I can keep sleeping with them so we can have a conversation outside the sex. So if I need to learn French and I meet me a man that, only speaks French and is not good with the English. But then again, the younger generations, English is becoming more of the prominent language. Now, older people, it's like, yeah, that's not their top first language. But it seems like when you go travel to different countries, English is becoming more prominent. It's like we're from the era of Chelsea Handler and I love me some Chelsea Handler. Chelsea Handler was my show. That's how I became familiar with so many other comedians like Chris Frangiola, Arden Marine, Oh well, Josh Wolf, who I used to have the biggest crush on, but he's straight. I love me some Josh Wolf. Who else was on there? Oh, Ross Matthews. That's how I became familiar with him. Like so many people, she introduced so many people on Chelsea lately. That was I was obsessed with that show and how she used to not be afraid to go in on the Kardashians. So that was another reason why I love the fact that when she was on there and talk soup. Joe McHale, I used to think, I was like, oh, that man's so fine. And he's funny. But I remember that episode of Drag Race where he annoyed the hell out of Michelle Visage. I still love that episode. He kept going, yeah. And she used to keep giving him that look like she wanted to strangle him. It was a cackle though, because he always found a way to annoy people. So I always like that kind of humor where you get like these really good looking white dudes that just find a way to annoy people. So that was like my, that frat boy humor. And it said, oh yeah, and now, whatever. But yeah, shout out to Chelsea. Yeah, it was like the whole thing about Chris hating her for being the butt of the joke. We do have a story that we're going to get into about Kylie getting all upset because people are making fun of her looks. We'll address that in a second. So late night needs someone who can stand on their own as an individual, someone who is more panel, is not really so. And I wouldn't mind doing like a segment. We could have people on like a panel segment. I do agree also. Wendy would have been good for late night. I would love to see Wendy Williams do a late night. Unfortunately, Wendy's where she is today with the mind and stuff. So I don't think she'll ever recover and she'll be on TV. But there's got to be people out there who can carry that torch. And, I come from the school of Wendy Williams. How you doing? I said, Plain Jane gives me buy a woman, can't do drag. Child. First of all, the thing with Plain Jane, her drag is something that we've already seen. Been there, done that water t-shirt and done by better artists. But if she need a way to make herself relevant, trolling, I guess, is what it is. I guess we would have to bring in someone from the podcast world, but no one really stands out. Not to be mean, but people are not really that smart this new generation. True, and I think that's why we need to find ways to mentor. So, people, who is the next generation of YouTuber, not YouTuber, but of like a pundit. And I feel like that is going to be a dying breed. Or we need to find a new way to reinvent the whole late night talk show situation, edge it up a little bit. And I do agree there aren't really much people. First of all, I feel like the whole podcast world is oversaturated. There's too many people out here with podcasts. That's why I'm not doing one. I'd rather just do this on a YouTube and call it that. I did the whole radio thing. I thought about taking this and turning it into audio form. It's too much work. I don't have the energy. If I had somebody that could, take all of the audio versions of this show and upload it as a podcast. And that was the thing that, shout out to DJ Baker, because he used to do that and I paid him, and I paid for it, is that whenever we did the Chris Avalon show, which you could probably Google schmoogle, you could find the old clips and stuff all over the place, Apple Music, whatever the case is, it's out there. A lot of the old episodes, and I love the ultimate compliment where somebody wrote in the comments, they were like, oh, this is like giving me similar to what I lived for when it came to the Wendy Williams show and stuff. Like, she's not on the radio anymore, and I was given that, which I always found the ultimate compliment, because Wendy Williams is someone, like I said, one of the people that I looked up to and aspired into why I do what I do and worked on my craft to making it what it is. So after we did the radio show, it wound up on all the other platforms. I don't have the energy or wherewithal to do that. Like, it's a lot of work doing this type of show that I'm doing here. Was I gotta have the clips, all the other videos, and I enjoy bringing all that because it's a lot of work. But I like to keep shit simple. But me having to sit and rip the audio and posting it in other places, I know it's a lot. But that's why I'm like, with this show, you can just put it on the background and do your work throughout the day. Helps the day go fast, as they say. They said, we're not being censored. That's why network TV is. And that's another thing, too. What I love about doing this show is the fact that it's uncensored. You can cuss. You can say all kinds of other stuff. And it is what it is. And I feel like that's why network TV hasn't really caught up. Like, if I did a late night show, I wouldn't mind possibly, like, just streaming it, have a studio and do it straight from wherever I'm at. And that's why I feel like that's where it needs to go next, is the fact that we have to probably have to be the pioneer in the whole late night situation of streaming it straight from a YouTube or whatever, on all the different social media platforms, which you can do now. is that you have the wherewithal, but I would have to have a team that I would have to put together that can have the cameras stream it from, these different places and people watch it. And then we have people coming with their own questions that pull it. And then we do a show that way. So that would have to be the future, because the networks ain't going to see it unless they see somebody else do it first. So I'm sure someone from the SNL will take Jimmy Fallon's spot. I could see Michael Che or Joss doing it. Well, Colin Joss, I think, yeah, because he's married to Scarlett Johansson. So I could definitely see him possibly being the next generation. But I do agree with that. I didn't think about that before, but yeah, they're probably going to have to pull someone from late night. I could definitely see a Bowen Yang or Joel Kim Booster if they decided to actually put somebody gay and Asian on network television. I did hear that, oh my God, what the hell is his name? Ken Jeong from The Masked Singer is coming out with his own talk show, but I think it's a daytime talk show, and that's supposed to come out, I believe, in the fall or 2025. But I did hear that he has worked on a pilot and is the next one to jump into the whole talk show space. So we'll see how that does. I said, Girls Aloud said it best and can't speak French. I can't speak French, so let the funky music do the talk. Okay. And that's we know what that means. Like, I can't speak the language, but I'll just let, my hips do it, because the hips don't lie, according to Shakira. So it's, we let the sex, that's the universal language. But anyway, let's move on. And let's talk about Kandi, who is speaking on it in regards of the whole Kenya Moore hair care situation. So Kandi Burruss is calling foul on Kenya Moore's RHOA suspension, and she's stepping up to defend her friend. Now, according to page 6, it said that while Burruss is 48, recently left RHOA after 14 seasons, she still keeps up with cast news and sometimes questions decisions that are made. Say, I don't like the fact that they suspended Kenya, the Only For You singer said on a recent episode of the Young Jock in the Streets Morning Takeover radio show. Child, of all the shows you went on his show, when Young Jock apparently was just recently to his wife divorced him because he got caught out there cheating, allegedly. He said he wasn't, but we've seen enough episodes of Love and Hip Hop where it's like you've been laying low and spreading it wide and not being faithful to your girlfriend. Now, I don't know if you was doing it for the sake of ratings or whatever the case is, because y'all be, creating storylines to keep yourselves with a check over there. But the wife says she divorced him because he out here cheating. But anyway, let's get back to Kandi. She said, I know a lot of people are like, she shouldn't have shown that, but this is Housewives. Burruss continued, how many times we done did something that you think somebody shouldn't do? So who made the rules? Why y'all all of a sudden have such an issue with somebody doing something crazy to somebody? Now, on the report that came out, Moore got suspended indefinitely because at her her Kenya Moore hair salon, I heard Kenya going through it with the taxes. That was another story that came out too, recently. Now, she got her Kenya Moore hair spa. She revealed posts of Britney performing a baloney wash on an unidentified male. And Edie wasn't present at the event. Now, here's the thing. Now, the ultimate gag would have been if she was there. That would have been the ultimate situation. But I understand why Bravo's doing what they're doing. Any other time, they would have allowed all of this to come out because it's like, here's the thing. Bravo, y'all have propped Kenya up to be this villain on this show since the beginning of her being on there. Y'all live for y'all villains. Y'all love when y'all can pull all kinds of crazy stunts and shows and shenanigans for the sake of ratings. Not excusing Kenya's behavior. I'm saying that the Bravo producers and the powers that be at Bravo have created this monster. She ain't the first nor the last who has been excused for her behavior in a lot of these situations of bullying and coming up with little crazy stuff. We hear all the things. You follow Real Housewives of New Jersey, all the crazy things that these women be pulling up in regards of stuff. Melissa's old nose posting stuff. Another one of my friends who post stuff about the Housewives, they all be going back and forth with all that mess. But this situation, I feel like the only reason why Bravo is coming at Kenya with this is because they have been entangled in so many lawsuits regarding SA allegations, assault allegations, revenge with porn and stuff. But here's the thing. Why is Kenya being ridiculed too? Because I do get it with Kandi is saying, but wait a minute, didn't Tom Sandoval do some Revenge P with Raquel that they mentioned that was on Vanderpump Rules, that season nobody watched, the recent one. So there's been stuff about Tom Sandoval. Why wasn't he fired? He also, not only that, but he's also going to be on the new season of The Traitors. So it's okay for him, but not okay for Kenya. So I can guess they also are looking at it as, okay, this is misogyny and racism because y'all coming at this black woman over what she did to another girl who nobody even knows who this Brittany Edie chick is. I ain't never heard of her. So we'll see whatever she brings on the upcoming season of RHOA. I was definitely curious to see what was all going to go down when this video finally comes out or this season. I'm going to give it a couple of episodes, but Miss USA, we'll see what happens in regards to that. So on one hand, while I get it with Kenya feeling, with Kandi coming to her friend's defense, I do feel like we are in sensitive times right now, and Bravo don't want no more lawsuits because they're already dealing with Brandy Glanville and the whole situation with her and Caroline Manzo and that lawsuit. We have old girl from, and she's in my head too, I can't even think of her damn name, from the Real Housewives of New York. We got her lawsuit going up against Bravo. Leah McSweeney, now it came to me. Leah, her lawsuit. Bethany Frankel, opportunistic ass with her reality reckoning. I don't even know what's still doing with that. So it's a whole situation, and Bravo is already on pins and needles in regards to all these lawsuits. They can't afford another one. And then the whole thing with Nene Leakes and her allegations, but that she done dropped that, and she's moved on. Now she got a new show over on Lifetime, I believe, a reality show where she's giving relationship advice. Mind you, allegedly, the little African she dating been laid low and spread the wide allegedly with other women. So I don't know how she out here playing Dr. Ruth on people's relationships when she can't even keep her man in check. But it's a check. We'll go along with it. So I say all this to say, excuse me, what do y'all think of this story? Do you think that Kenya was wrongly terminated, allegedly? They said suspended indefinitely. Child, that means your ass been fired. I'm tired of people always trying to sugarcoat stuff, put on pause, suspended indefinitely. Just say the bitch has been fired from her job for being messy and overstepping the boundary. But here's the thing, Bravo. Y'all need to start setting boundaries on what what is and what is not acceptable for the sake of a TV show and some damn ratings. As quiet as it's kept, the Bravo franchise gravy train ain't doing what it need to be doing. Like, I feel like it's overstayed its welcome. It's been almost 20 years that this franchise has been a brewing, and I feel like the y'all have y'all loyal watchers and stuff, but it's not giving what it gave back at the beginning stages. I feel like a lot of people, the main people, have moved on from the whole Bravo thing, but they have their loyalists, and that's what it is. But do y'all feel like that Kenya was wrongly terminated? Do you agree with what Kandi had to say on the situation? And do you think that Bravo is basically just trying to look out for themselves because they can't afford another damn lawsuit? Whatever you guys feel about this story, leave it in the comments down below. Okay, so we are at our halfway mark. We got about 5 more topics we need to get to. But before we get to said topics, can y'all please do me a solid and hit that like button, that subscribe button, and that notification button so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. I definitely want to keep that algorithm and all that other stuff going. So I just want to remind people because sometimes I be forgetting to do it. So I'm like, halfway mark, we need to start doing that. But then we have comments. We said Kenya and Vivica. Oh yeah, I remember that fight. Kenya and Kim Fear. She's done a lot of shit to a lot of people. And that's why I said Kenya has been, anointed with that villain role. And she'll do crazy stuff to get the ratings up, to get everybody talking, to go viral. And now y'all want to smack her on the hand because of it. But y'all allow, and they've done that so many times with so many people on these Bravo shows where y'all, you allow them to do all the craziness. And then now you want to, smack them on the hand because they've gone too far. You can keep going with Kenya and never stop. It's like Kandi did not like whatever. That's another thing. I forgot about that. So it's like Phaedra went and lied on her about the sex dungeon and the fact that they said that they drug and sexually assaulted Portia and hated that narrative. But because Kenya does this to somebody else who you don't even know, you're not even on the show, you're okay with that? So that's a good point to bring up because I didn't even think about that. I said Kenya was wrong. Said Kandi was not called back. The same Kandi. First of all, Kandi was boring for as long, with her being on the damn show. She wasn't bringing nothing. You were just there collecting the check and not really. Now I understand they're like, but she gave us this and this and this. I was like, yeah, but as long as you are going to be contractually obligated to be on a reality show, you have to continue to bring it. It's the same thing I said about, and we're about to talk about her in a minute, Kyle Richards. If you're going to be on a reality show and whatever's going on in your life, your relationship with Mauricio is deteriorating, as long as you are getting a hefty ass paycheck to be on a reality show, you gotta give the fans what they want, and you have to divulge in your personal life. You can't sit up here and pick and choose what you want to talk about. Like, you don't get that privilege. Sorry. So I don't understand why a lot of people feel like you should be exempt. And I've gotten into debates with people over that. And, well, she's giving no. As long as you want a reality show, you have to constantly give people stuff. If you don't want people in your personal business, then get off reality TV. You don't want to decide to get up here and play with your relationship for a check and ratings. Kandi has the audacity to rationalize Kenya, but had a lot to say about Phaedra. Okay. And I wish Phaedra would come back to Real Housewives of Atlanta. I don't understand the point of her being married to medicine. She ain't married to medicine. And when she was on the last season, she really didn't bring nothing. She was just sitting there. She was just there, giving wigs and glam. But she definitely did her thing on the traders, though. Kandi gave zero, and Kandi has zero style. She could have given looks, but Kandi is a little built. So many times she can eat Chick-fil-A on. That's another thing too. I don't understand gay people that eat Chick-fil-A. That baffles me. But anyway, let's move on. Housewives, and better bring it come the next season of Beverly Hills. Let's talk about Kyle Richards, who is being dragged on social media for buying her 16-year-old daughter Portia a Porsche. So Kyle Richards and her estranged husband Mauricio Umansky surprised their 16-year-old daughter Portia with a Porsche, as fans slammed the co-parents for giving their teenager a luxury vehicle when the world is on fire. Really? Is the world on fire? Look. Okay, let me just finish the thing before I get my opinion. So Kyle fully supports her estranged husband Mauricio Umansky's decision to buy their 16-year-old daughter a $90,000 Porsche. While out and about in LA on Friday, the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills star, who's 55, told TMZ that her youngest daughter, Portia, deserves the Porsche that she and Umansky gifted her as her first car. Richards defended the price he purchased, saying the car wasn't as expensive as reported, but she understands the criticism she and Umansky received. Now, pricing aside, she also shared that Portia is a very good driver. She's a straight-A student. She's a good kid, she said. When asked if she thinks Portia deserves a luxury vehicle, she says, I think so. She also notably referred to Umansky, who's 53, as her husband, as she told the outlet that buying the super expensive car was his idea. He works very hard, and you could talk to him about the car. That was his purchase. Umansky wasn't present for Richards' impromptu interview, as the Halloween actress was only joined by a friend. Richards' new comments on the Porsche came 3 days after the price he gave was revealed in clips posted on their daughter Sophia's TikTok. In one video, Portia could be seen walking out the front door of the family's Encino, California home. Immediately upon seeing the car, the overwhelmed Portia broke down in tears, saying, "Are you?" She said, while quickly moving towards the all-black luxury vehicle, which appeared to be a Cayenne coupe ranging I said coupe. It's a Cayenne coupe. But anyway, ranging anywhere between $84,700 and $203,000. Now, Richard and Umansky, who were joined by their 28-year-old daughter Alexia and 24-year-old daughter Sophia, then walked up to hug the youngest daughter. Now, Richard's eldest daughter Farrah, with whom she shares with a previous relationship, wasn't present. Look, here's the thing: if Kyle and Mauricio want to give their daughter an expensive vehicle, that's their prerogative. First of all, they live in Encino, California. They're in Beverly Hills. You already know that's rich people problems. You're not going to have your child driving around. And it's all about class. So they're not going to have their child driving a Honda Accord or something or another. I get it that as a first car, you might want your child to drive something a little more practical. And she said she's a good driver. However, Porsche, those cars are no joke, and she got to be able to steer that. Because they go from 0 to 100 in regards of when you put your foot to the metal. So I hope you don't put her in a situation where it's like dangerous for her to be driving that type of car. There might be a lot for a 60-year-old to handle driving, but if they feel like that's what they want their daughter to drive, then they should be able to let her drive that. I don't know if necessarily I would have her drive something that expensive. I would have got her a cute little car that's a cute, just like a cute car, but I wouldn't give my kid no damn Porsche. You out your damn mind with that. That's something you getting at least when you turn 25 or 30. I'll give you with that for your 25th birthday or your 30th birthday if you was my child, but not when you 16. That do feel like that's a lot of horsepower for that little girl to be driving. But if they trust her to deal with that, then that's on them. Also, if I'm going to get my daughter that expensive car, she got to be able to handle all the things that comes with that. So if the car, something happened to it, you got to be able to pay for the mileage. You got to be able to pay to take it to the repair shop, all the other stuff. But knowing them, Mauricio will take care of it because he'll spoil the daughter, or whatever the case is. But it's like, why y'all trying to? And then he's going and said the part of the world's on fire. What the hell that got to do with them? Like, you getting mad at these celebrities for spending money that they worked hard on their child, when the real argument should be taken to these damn politicians that be sitting up in here telling y'all all these little lies and fairy tales. Meanwhile, they robbing you blind. They're trying to take away your Social Security. They're trying to take away your pensions and all these other things. That's what the real argument should be, not towards a Kyle and a Mauricio who are spending this money on their kid. When if we were all, I feel like if we were all in that same situation, we would do the same thing. This is why I guess that maybe, and I guess it's hard and I don't see it happening, but celebrities, y'all gotta stop sharing every aspect of y'all life on social media. But then again, Kyle's in the business of being on a reality TV show. If they didn't film it for this, they would have filmed it for the Housewives of Beverly Hills. And if Housewives is filming right now, I wouldn't be surprised if this is going to end up in an episode. So people would have criticized it regardless. So let these rich folks or whatever, if people got the money to be able to spoil on their children, let them. Because I probably do the same damn thing. If my kid was doing well in school or whatever, it's like when I was a kid. Look, the whole thing with me, when my mother was like, okay, if you did well in school and you graduated and you got good grades, but I was acting up because it was a lot going on with me or whatever. So it was like I was smart and I was always doing well in school, but it was my behavior and I would do things because I wanted attention. So I would purposely mess up in school for that because I always craved attention and all this other stuff. But anyway, the thing with being in that type of situation, my mother was like, okay, if you graduate middle school, whatever, I'll get you a Nintendo. Did it. Got my Nintendo, whatever the case was. So those are the things, like when you at that level of whatever, those are the things you aspire for. You get a video game console, or you get a car, you get all those other things. How is that different than any other parent that buys their kid a car? Yeah, we don't have the money like a Mauricio and a Kyle, but there's parents who buy their kids cars all the time. So I just don't understand why people are upset over it. But I say all this to say, what do you think about this story? Do you think that it's much ado about nothing in regards to this whole situation, that people just need to stop always trying to count what's in people's wallet in regards of cars and things of that nature? If people want to buy their kid a damn expensive ass car, that's their prerogative. Let me know in the comments down below. He says, so what? My 16-year-old is my 16-year-old. I shall buy my infant whatever I please. The world on fire. It's like, okay, if the world's on fire, there's plenty of water out here to put the shit out. And we have bigger situations that we should be fighting. I said we need to be going after our politicians, these people that we put in office, to be doing a damn job, not to be taking kickbacks and all this other shit like that. Clearance. And I say clearance on purpose. Clarence Thomas, not Clarence, because he out here doing clearance sales by getting bought and paid for by these other people. These billionaire people that are giving him kickbacks and all this other shit that he's taking, and he should be in jail for that. And that's illegal. When you a Supreme Court justice, being bought out by these people that use their money, power, and influence to get into politics, and you being bought and paid for. So people should be able to buy what they want to buy for their own damn kids. The real enemy is these politicians. That's why I would never let my 6-year-old allow to drive other people in her car. And they could afford it. Exactly. They could afford the insurance. So, speaking of privileged, let's talk about Kylie. We went from Kyle to Kylie. And let's get into this story about her, where she recently appeared on an episode of The Kardashians, where she got emotional while reflecting on how certain things that y'all be saying about her looks, excuse me, hurts her feelings. So on season 5, episode 5 of The Kardashians, Kylie 26 breaks down in tears while speaking about the criticism she has received about her appearance. And so we do have a clip of her talking about it via courtesy of Hollywood Unlocked. We're going to play that clip and then we'll come back and talk.
Numb to people talking about my looks at this point, and I just want to know why on the internet no one says anything or think that it's okay.
Well, I think that's a general thing with our family. We're dehumanized. Like, they don't think that there's any rules with us. Whereas, like, if you talked the same way you do about us about any other woman, people would come to their defense all day long. But for some reason with us, it's like they don't think we have any feelings.
I went on a journey the last year, dissolving like half my lip filler. I hate even having this conversation over and over and over again because it feels like it's a waste of my breath, because I think with me, it's just never going to change, but it's just been.
Okay. I don't know if there's any more. Oh, wait, there is.
I think it's okay to talk about me.
So yeah, so she said she doesn't understand why people talk about her. I don't know if I should we feel bad for Miss Kylie? Because here's the thing. I mean, don't get me wrong, I get it. When she was young, she was seen as the ugly duckling. And when you have money, access, and resources, it's like if you don't like how you look, then if you got the money, go get the lip fillers, go get a nose job, go get the Botox. I mean, first of all, at 20-something years old, your skin is snatched anyway. There's no reason. I don't understand why people so young are out here getting Botox. Y'all should allow your face to have movement or something or another, because you get caught up in that whole Hollywood thing of youth and all the other stuff. And Kylie's young. She doesn't need to be putting all that shit in her face. But I get it. If you don't like stuff about how you look, then change it. There's nothing wrong with that. But girl, you've created your entire career off of the beauty industry, of selling people this unattainable standard of beauty, where you're selling lip gloss and all kinds of other makeup and stuff, but your face and everything isn't natural. So on one hand, I get it that you go and you want to spend the money, because if you don't like how you look, and I always say this with anybody, if you don't like something about yourself, if you can afford it, if it makes you feel good about yourself, then go out and change it. However, I honestly don't feel bad for her in this situation, because you've created this situation where your whole brand is based off the beauty industry. Your whole brand is basically off of, you're using your looks to sell products. So you're getting mad that people are making comments. People are always going to make comments. People are always going to, say stuff about you. And that comes with the territory. If you don't want to be talked about, then don't get in the industry where people are going to criticize you. It's something I deal with. It's like I get criticized on certain things that I've said, and people come in the comments and they say stuff about me. You have to, if you're going to get in a space of making a living criticizing or talking about celebrities or whatever the case is, you have to be aware you have to expect that there are going to be people who are going to hate on what you say or not going to agree with what you say and take personal jabs. And I got a thick skin. Child, I'm from New York City. I'm from Brownsville, Brooklyn, the hood of New York. If I can survive that shit, you think I'm going to sit up here and worry about what a bunch of no shade to the people that be on social media. But I'm just saying, just in general, a bunch of people who you don't know. I was going to say nobodies. I mean, you don't really know them. So you think I'm going to allow someone on social media to fuck up my bag or to dictate and hurt my damn feelings? Fuck out of here. And in the words of Jinx Monsoon, is water off a duck's back. So you can't sit up in here and just allow. I mean, I understand she's human. These things are going to get to you. I know it's easy to say sixes don't really break my bones. It's a bunch of hokey, yeah. Words will harm. Words hurt. Words cut, I think, harder. I mean, words hurt just as much as like physical because like, you know, people are sensitive. But sis, if you don't want to deal with people criticizing you, and there's always going to be people that's going to criticize you and your damn family, then jump out of the entertainment business. Don't get in this industry because people are going to say what they're going to say regardless. So I get that you have feelings and blah, 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 but girl, cry me a river in the words of Justin Timberlake. But anyway, let me know what what you guys think of this story, because I'm definitely curious what you guys have to say in regards to this. Do you feel bad for Kylie? Do you feel like, okay, people, shouldn't be talking about people's looks? But here's the thing, like I said, she's in the beauty industry. So when your whole brand is based off of your looks, how are you getting mad at people criticizing your looks? Make it make sense. So jump in the comments and let me know your opinions of this down below. Okay, so we have he said, check your inbox now. The Celebration Tour is declared the highest grossing tour of 2020. Yeah, so all y'all out here discounting Madonna. Damn, I got a lot of stuff on social media. Oh, it says Madonna scores highest grossing tour of 2024 so far as live music growth settles down. So let's read that. It says, shout out to Variety for this story. It says Madonna has the highest grossing worldwide tour of 2024 thus far, according to Pollstar's mid-year report, thanks to the success of her Celebration tour. With average ticket prices of $208.85, the pop icon had an average gross of $2,794,007 with 13,378 average tickets sold, making for a total of 856,247 in ticket sales across 34 reported shows out of 65 dates. Pollstar's mid-year report examines the industry on a wider scale. After several years of record-setting ticket sales in the post-pandemic touring boom, the growth of live music has settled down in the first half of 2024. There are no major surges or declines in percentage differences compared to years prior. 2023 overall growth was 51.1% higher than in 2022 and was 64.7% higher in average because per show. But in 2024, there were no spikes larger than 17% or decreases beyond 15%. And they said there are a few things that should be noted while examining Pollstar's results, most notably the absence of Taylor Swift, whose blockbuster Eras tour does not report its tour figures. Despite that, in December, Pollstar reported that her Eras tour was the highest grossing trek of all time and the first tour ever to cross the 1 billion threshold. Well, good for her. But, and they said also, in regards of other celebrities, Bad Bunny trails closely behind Madonna with 174.6 million from his Most Wanted tour, while Luis Miguel, did he used to date Mariah Carey? Luis Miguel follows him with 169.4 million. U2 ranks number 4 with 135 million from the band's Sphere residency, and Karol G, who y'all sleeping on. But and the good thing is she dumped Anuel because he was an anchor on her. So once she got rid of his bitch ass, now look at her career. So anyway, Karol G, rounds out the top 5 with 111 million. The top 10 continues with Bruno Mars, because he got the residency, with 102 million. People still listen to Coldplay. 100 million. 17 with who's 17? With 74 million. Eagles with 69 million, and Nicki Minaj with 66 million. So Nicki out here doing her thing. Congratulations to Madonna. We knew, look, she an icon for a reason, and I think a lot of people jumped on the whole thing with Madonna and everything because of what happened with. Well, it would have been nice to see how well the tour would have done if she didn't go through what she went through, where she almost lost her life because of the whole infection and all other stuff. I would love to have seen what that was, but I do feel like because of that made even more people want to come and see her tour, even though I already had my ticket for like a year. So congratulations to her. She's well deserved. They said, makes me think of my show, My Super Sweet 16, where spoiled kids had lavish birthday. Oh, I remember that show. I used to love My Super Sweet 16. And it said, and it said she tried to act like she hadn't had work done, which you don't need in your 20s, and tried to lie about it. But yeah, look, the thing with Kylie had no lips. She, she was the ugly duckling. Kendall was the one that was the pretty one, and Kylie was just Kylie. But she had to find a way to stand out. But I blame all them damn Kardashians because Kris was trying to create the next big thing. Like, Kim can't be the only one that continues to hold that family down forever. Kim is getting up there in age, and so you got to be able to. Mama Kris got to find ways to keep that whole thing going with all the children making her some money. We got what's her name? Chloe done sign a deal to have her own podcast over at Twitter. We'll see how well that does. I don't think it'll do all that well, but we'll see when the show comes out if she could draw in a crowd. All the other sisters are doing what they're doing. Kendall's out here modeling and hunching Bad Bunny. Speaking of which, because his tour did really well. They were trying to say that he was struggling with the sales and stuff, but I'm like, how when he's right behind Madonna? So clearly, y'all was out here lying. To my Bad Bunny's tour wasn't doing all that well, and maybe he was struggling at one point, but he was selling them tickets apparently, and his tour really did well. Even though I didn't like that last album. And so I also saw that Kylie is also struggling to become. Yeah, and I said she's not like. I think she's struggling with that brand. Like, how do you sustain that whole beauty thing? I feel like Rihanna is surpassing her in the beauty industry. So it says she just dropped 3 businesses: leather, vodka, I think, and something else in the last 12 months. Leather? Kylie out here selling leather and vodka? I'm sure she drinks, but so of course Taylor is trying to set records. But when you tour for almost 2 years, true. Madonna only toured for like what, 6 to 8 months? Not even a full year, but she put in that money. But Madonna's always set records when it comes to touring. Her tours always, Madonna makes a lot of her money off of just music. She had other things that she does, but music is her source of income. It's a salsa drink. Okay. What is it, like White Claw? Which, shout out to all the, you white people that like drinking that shit on a yacht. But anyway, let's get into Ariana Grande Frappuccino, who is getting dragged for her recent comment in regards of who her dream dinner date is. And it's none other than serial killer and cannibal Jeffrey Dahmer. So they said, when you think about your dream dinner guest, you might imagine an icon, a late family member, or a historical figure. But for Ariana Grande Frappuccino, it's Jeffrey Dahmer. Now, during a recent episode of Pod Crush, the pop star who's 30 opened up about the time she told a fan that her dream dinner date was with serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Saying, I was infatuated with serial killers when I was younger, Grande told podcast co-hosts Penn Badgley, Nava Kavelin, and Sophie Ansari. Is she related to Aziz? The subject came up when she was, married to Aziz. The subject came up when she was in a Q&A with young fans, saying it was in between me being Cat in Nickelodeon Sam and Cat and pop stuff. So it was like a younger group, and they were with parents, and someone said, if you could have dinner with anyone living or dead, who would it be? She recalled. Grande continued, I was like, oh, you're so cute, Mom and Dad. Is it okay if I give the real answer? And they were like, sure, what's the answer? And I was like, I mean, Jeffrey Dahmer is pretty fascinating. I think I would have loved to have met him, maybe with a third party or someone involved, but I have questions. Now, Grande's choice of dinner guests ultimately made the podcast host laugh, but her answer upset fans' parents in the room. The parents were like, well, we'll explain it later, sweetie. And I was like, I'll just sing Problem and go home, the position's musician recalled. While Sophie and Nava laughed, people online didn't find it funny, saying, we are not joking about a serial killer who murdered with impunity because the police did not care about black men and gay men. Kindly fuck off, one Redditor wrote. Unless the question is, which serial killer would you have dinner with and you got a gun to your head, there's no damn reason to say this, another commented in part. Someone else said Ariana's comments are vile and horribly offensive to the families of Dahmer's victims. Saying, it's so vile, they wrote, I have a great interest in crime cases, but the last thing I'd want to do is have dinner with a serial killer. Jeffrey Dahmer was a pedophile who murdered innocent people, mainly because of color. Mainly people of color, because he knew police wouldn't take their disappearances as seriously. Jokingly about wanting to have dinner with him is sick and horribly offensive to the victims' families who are still alive and affected by the tragedy. FYI, let's stop glorifying these psychos and pretending they are insane, intensely enamoring people. They're not, and if you met them in real life, you quickly realize why. And look, the closest that, she never got the opportunity because, I guess he died before we even knew who Ariana Grande was because, he went to jail after all them years of getting away with what he did. But the reality is, it's like, look, the closest she got to Jeffrey Dahmer was doing the music video with, for We Can't Be Friends with Evan Peters. So there's that. Now, let's get into what Miss Ariana said. I get it because here's the thing. Like her, I'm also into a lot of true crime stuff. I watch a lot of documentaries and stuff on serial killers. I was irritated by that American Crime Jeffrey Dahmer shit that they put on Netflix because Ryan Murphy was behind it. And to me, I hate when y'all be out here trying to put like this whole little fantasy thing around something that happened in real life. I do like the idea that you brought something to the table in regards of this white man who literally put himself in a neighborhood, an urban neighborhood, and sought out gay men of color to kill. You went and encountered them, killed them, put them in like these containers, cooked them and ate them, and like all the things he did to people of color. I'm pissed off about that. Don't get me wrong. However, I am fascinated by that stuff because I'm someone who's inquisitive. I'm always wanting to learn about why people do what they do. Why did you go and commit these crimes? So I would want to pick your brain in regards to that. And we see many interviews where I feel like you would never get that from Jeffrey Dahmer because Jeffrey Dahmer is someone who is charismatic and wasn't always 110% truthful in a lot of the interviews that he's done. If you watch a lot of those American crime documentaries and things of that nature, you watch clips of Jeffrey Dahmer being interviewed, he has not always been truthful in a lot of situations. We got a lot of the tea from the people who were victimized. There was a survivor and things of that nature, and from people who have encountered him would tell those stories. So I get that. But here's the thing. This is like when we had a conversation the other day when it comes to certain situations where it's like, this is something you should have kept this to yourself. This is kitchen table talk. You shouldn't have brought this up because I'm sure you thought it was cute and funny when you thought about it, you said it. But yeah, this is going to rub people the wrong way because there's going to be people who are going to be like, oh God, now she's out here saying stuff. And people are going to go in on Ariana because some of the stuff that she's done in the past. Not closing her legs to married men. When she got in a relationship with Big Sean, allegedly he was in a relationship with another woman. This recent one where she dating this guy from Wicked while he was married and she was married. Now her ex-husband with Micah Monroe. Shout out to her. She's the new Scream Queen up and coming. And Ariana's who she with. So yeah, while I said like I'm fascinated by stuff I love the ID channel and we talk about like American crime stuff and I'm fascinated with all of that. I just don't like when y'all be trying to change the narrative in these little biopics or these shows or whatever the case is, like what Ryan Murphy be doing, where he tries to mix in real life serial killers into a lot of his little fantasy storytelling. That I don't like. Especially when they try to do a Richard Ramirez and a season of American Horror Story. I didn't like that whole situation. Like, don't use real life killers in your storytelling. Make one up, like a Jason Voorhees or a Michael Myers. That would be more set up. That would make me feel easier than you using a real life serial killer, because now you up in here creating this whole narrative that's going to piss people off, and rightfully so, which they were when that whole American, that whole Jeffrey Dahmer thing came out. So I get it, but girl, this was not the time that you should have kept that to yourself. You should have took that I wouldn't have brought it up because now look how people looking at you. But look, if you were to actually have a dinner with Jeffrey Dahmer, you better make sure that food on that plate is actually animal and not human. That's all I got to say on that. So I sort of say, what do you think I think of this story? Do you think it was like, all right, girl, you should have kept that to yourself? Like sometimes it's like, yeah, while I get when you want to be personable and you want to say certain things, And I get it because, like I said, I'm fascinated by serial killers and why they do what they do. Look, Marilyn Manson's out here collecting artwork from serial killers, and people went on him about that. So everybody's got their vices. But look, if you're gonna put it out there, people got a right to criticize it. But I get it, sis. But you should have kept that to yourself. But anyway, let me know what you think in the comments down below. Okay, so we have comments, and it said, I hate how they took what she said and made her seem crazy as if she isn't a big fan of horror movies and true crime. That's what I said. I like horror movies, I like true crime stuff, but it was just like, people just find anything to bitch and moan about. That's probably next in line to do a tour in 2025 or whatever. And if she could fix her image, child, she could fix that image and give us some actual music we want to listen to. Because this album that she came on with, Eternal Sunshine, she can take that album and burn it at the stake because it wasn't it, including them remixes, the one with Mariah and the one with Brandy and Monica. And I'm sure an Ariana concert will have more diversity, no shade. Ariana fucked up her reputation by breaking up a marriage, which she's notorious for. And look, she said, break up with your girlfriend, I'm bored. And it's I couldn't sit through the Dahmer show. I couldn't either. I don't think I finished it. I watched a couple of episodes, and then I was like, but that goes to show that's with every program that comes with anything Brian Murphy related. I could never finish it. I could not finish a whole season of American. I can't tell you the last time I watched a whole season of American Horror Story. Even as recent one, Delicate with Kim. I only watched maybe I watched the first 2 episodes. I'm like, this shit is stupid. He's lost whatever. Hollywood keep giving him opportunities to create stuff, and it ain't working. Now, I do like 911 and a couple of other shows. But as far as the American Horror Story, American Crime, like all that, I'm done. I can't. But I do like Evan Peters. I said, I saw myself in his victims and couldn't get through it. At least Niecy Nash. Yeah, I did. I love Niecy Nash, and she did get her Emmy, so shout out to her. And so I'm here for Maxine, but they're bringing Richard Ramirez. Yeah, that's another one, too. It's like, I'm here for Maxine. I'm looking forward to it. I've been seeing, like, the trailers and all this other stuff that's been coming out. Like, Maxine comes out next month. Sidebar, I did see the new trailer for Nosferatu that came out today from Robert Eggers, and I am excited to see that movie. I cannot wait to see that film. We didn't really get a look at Bill Skarsgård as Nosferatu, but Lily Rose Depp, she was, from what I saw in the trailer, the mood, the atmosphere, I'm like, can we bring scary vampires back? Like, that's what I need. And I'm excited for this upcoming movie with Nosferatu. I saw the trailer this morning. Okay, so we have 2 more topics, and then we are done with today's show. So, child, let's talk about Suri Cruz and her bitch-ass father. So congratulations, Suri, who was officially a high school graduate. Now, I would show pictures and stuff, but she's a kid, so I don't want to exploit her stuff out here. She's not exploited by her parent, because parents, I can't say plural because her father ain't been in her damn life since Katie smartly escaped the compound known as Scientology. Now, when we talk about Northwest and all the other stuff, her parents exploit her ass, so we're going to put her on the camera because she's being exploited by her parents. And she likes the spotlight. But Katie, Suri can't help it because the paparazzi just be out here taking pictures. So if y'all look enough on social media, you'll be able to see the pictures of Suri out here in her cap and gown and her cute little dress. But anyway, so the daughter of Katie and Tom Cruise celebrated getting her diploma from LaGuardia High School on Friday with her mom by her side. Now, in photos and videos obtained by Page 6, she can be seen ringing in the milestone moment by snapping pics with Holmes and a friend in New York City where she resides. The team was also photographed animatedly hugging another recent graduate. Now, Suri, who looked thrilled as she posed with Holmes, who's 45, for photos outside a brick building before heading into the United Palace Theater, located in the Washington Heights neighborhood of Manhattan. She rocked a dainty white dress under her red graduation robe and paired the ensemble with white sandals that had floral embellishments on them. Her brunette hair was styled down. Holmes, meanwhile, opted for a matching set that consisted of light yellow pleated pants and a collared long-sleeve shirt. Now, Suri's father, y'all wonder where he's at. He's busy rubbing and hobnobbing and rubbing noses with Taylor damn Swift and Travis fucking Kelce. So that's what he was doing. He was over in London. I don't know if he's filming Mission Impossible, the next one that's coming out. But yeah, so these are they were hobnobbing. He and Travis is getting along. They're like buddies or whatever. I'm like, okay, media. Y'all dragging this shit out. I doubt it. They were probably just in the same box together. He was there. They're having a good time, or whatever the case is. And he's enjoying his whole celebritydom, rubbing noses with all these big celebrities, whatever the case is. She's currently in London doing a whole lot of shows out there, and a lot of celebrities from Prince William and the kids and all those other people, they were all out there seeing her perform. And hopefully he's not trying to recruit Travis to be a part of Scientology, because child, if you're trying to do that, you better run. So you got time to be out there rubbing noses with Taylor Swift in London and seeing her perform, but you ain't got time for your child, because there's this thing where they said that okay, it's similar. I believe it's similar to like being a Jehovah's Witness. The reason why Tom Cruise is not in Suri's life is because once you leave the compound, once you leave that prison known as Scientology, you are seen as an oppressive person. So Suri and Katie, because Katie was smart, her father's a lawyer, and she has to plan behind Tom's back and got her pulled out of that cult, because that's what it is. Ain't no damn religion, a fucking cult. She was able to hatch a plan. She got custody of the child. They're seen as oppressive people, which is also why I've noticed Nicole Kidman is no longer a part of, once she divorced Tom and left, the adopted kids that they have together do not have any kind of contact or relationship with Nicole. So they're with their father. He's taking care of he put the adopted kids more so over them, because L. Ron Hubbard came up with this fake ass religion, and y'all, in this whole little science fiction fantasy bullshit, and now you putting religion over your children. So I hate the fact that people aren't out here having the conversation about how Tom Cruise is a damn deadbeat dad, and how Suri, when they looked up the list, she dropped Cruise from her last name. So she goes by Suri Noel. So yeah. So in my opinion, I don't blame her for dropping Tom's last name. And first of all, Cruz ain't even his last name. His name is Thomas Mapother. That's his government last name. His last name ain't no Cruz. That's a stage name. William Mapother is an actor that's his cousin. I'm sure y'all seen him a lot of stuff. He's appeared in Lost. He's appeared in a lot of other things. You can look up William Mapother. Yeah, that is Tom's cousin. So he used the government last name. Tom Cruise's real last name is Mapother. He changed it because, Tom Cruise slides off the tongue better. And they probably advised him to do it. But he never partook in her life. And I'm kind of glad, because y'all were probably looking at Suri as becoming, with Tom Cruise having so much influence and power within, Scientology. They're probably looking at Suri Cruise as being like the female Damien Thorne of the church. Not saying that she would have became this evil little child, but in similar situations, just taking over the situation, because Tom does have a lot of power, allegedly, in those situations. He's like the second in command under Bill Miscavige. Speaking of which, did anybody find his wife, according to Leah Remini? So I would love to hear what she got to say on this whole situation about Suri, but she's probably not going to indulge. She's probably going to mind her business, stay over there, do what she's doing, and help out her girl J-Lo. But anyway, I say all this to say, what do y'all think of this story? Because you know what? It's sad. There seems to be a lot of big movie stars whose kids are just denouncing them. We haven't really talked about it on the show, but Brad Pitt's going through it. Apparently none of his kids want anything to do with him. They've dropped Pitt from their last name. They're all going by Jolie. I don't even think that's her last name. Like, isn't her last name Voight? But her father was a bitch too. John Voight, trash ass. Angelina ain't had the best relationship with him either. So it kind of makes you wonder, is that a learned behavior? Because she didn't have, that's that generational trauma stuff y'all passing down. You didn't have the best relationship with your father. Whatever transpired between her and Brad, I've heard he's sad over the fact that the kids are dropping the last name. So it kind of makes you wonder, is she poisoning the kids against him? So I don't know what the situation is. They're going to have to work that out. But in regards to the Tom Cruise thing, we already know the religion. He's put his religion over, and the beliefs of that, not even a real religion, over a child you decided to stick your dick up in Katie and bring a kid into the world. Suri didn't ask to be here. So for you to do what you do and neglect her, that to me is just trash ass behavior. And I like Tom's movies. I love all the Mission Impossible. He's an amazing actor, and I'm sure he's a genuinely great guy, which we've already heard from so many people in Hollywood about Tom Cruise. However, this deadbeat dad shit, you don't get a pass with that. So I want to hear what you guys got to say on this whole situation. Let me know in the comments down below. Have we had some comments? He said he hasn't been a part of her life for years. Yeah, ever since Katie was smart enough to escape the compound. And said people really saying maybe it's for her safety. She went to a school where the parents are most celebrities. And yeah, she went to she goes to the LaGuardia High School for Performing Arts. You know, Lourdes graduated from there, Timothy Chalamet graduated from there, Khalees graduated from that school. So many kids went to that school. If I really took being an arts in the arts seriously, I could have went to that damn school, but I didn't. I went to a gifted and talented school in Brooklyn. So I did. So that's where I went. I would have loved to have gone to the High School of Performing Arts if I would have really decided to pursue a career in the entertainment industry as a kid. But I didn't. It's probably one of my biggest regrets. But here's the thing. I can't sit and live my life in regret, child. It is what it is. But it said, Timothy Chalamet, they have more famous alumni than the Arts College Juilliard. That said, so many kids went to that. So many celebrities went to the High School of Performing Arts. And I know she went to some prestigious private school, but if Suri wanted to go and become an artist, why not go to that school? In my opinion. Okay, so now let's move on to our final topic and talk about this upcoming, speaking of Timothy Chalamet, because he did do a movie with Luca Guadagnino. Let's talk about Luca Guadagnino's upcoming film, Queer, which is said to include many pretty outrageous sex scenes. So the Italian director has waited on the conversation around evocative sex scenes, with his much anticipated next film being quite scandalous, or in the words of RuPaul, escandalo. He always says that shit. Now, speaking to Italian news outlet Cinecittà, I think that's how you say it, Guadagnino says that Queer will be my most personal film. I was wondering, I'm like, I don't know Luca's life personally, but I've noticed he's been doing a lot of queer-centric type films. I've heard there's like some queerness in his movie with the one that just came out, Challengers, with my Virgo sister, Zendaya. I haven't seen it yet. I heard it's really good, but there's, I believe there's queer, if not a queer sex scene, I believe, in that movie. I haven't seen it yet, but I've heard. Also, Call Me By Your Name. So I'm like, is Luca Guadagnino queer? I don't know nothing about his personality, but I feel like if this is a lot of what you bring in in the themes of your films, I would think he would be. So anyway, it says that based on a novel written by William S. Burruss in 1953, the film has its premiere later this summer. The semi-autobiographical book's queer themes and detailed descriptions of gay sex were deemed too controversial for its time and went unpublished until 1985. The story follows Lee, played by former Bond star Daniel Craig, as he navigates life in Mexico City. Lee spends his time exploring bars in the American expatriate scene in pursuit of sexual encounters, and becomes infatuated with Allerton, who is played by Love Simon's Drew Starkey. It's an homage to legendary filmmakers Powell and Pressburger. I've seen The Red Shoe Diaries The Red Shoes at least 50 times, and I think they'd appreciate the sex scenes of Queer, which are numerous and quite scandalous. The Red Shoes is an Oscar-winning romantic musical directed by Michael Powell and Emmerich Pressburger in 1948, based on a story by bisexual author Hans Christian Andersen. Here's the thing. I never knew that Hans Christian Andersen was bisexual. First of all, I used to read a lot of Hans Christian Andersen books. He wrote a lot of our childhood books, like Cinderella and things of that nature. And here's the thing. The parents didn't even know. Guadagnino is known for his erotic films, in particular Queer romance. We talk about Call Me By Your Name. Queer followed the director's tennis drama Challengers, which focused on the love triangle between Tashi, Zendaya, Art, Mike Face, and Patrick Joss O'Connor. Speaking about the way he shot Challengers, which gives us a hint at what to expect from Queer, the director noted, "I am passionate about observing the bodies in space. The details of a nape of a neck. When I choose my actors, I don't care that they are good at acting. I look for a three-dimensionality that can be captured with the camera. Queer will reportedly run for 3 hours. But if it's going to give me what I need in regards to the sex and like understanding human behavior and why people do what they do and all that other stuff, I'm here for a long ass 3 hour movie. So it says, seen recently in it said Jason Schwartzman is in it. The Crown's Leslie Manville. And 13 Reasons Why Henry Saga. Steve Buscemi was set to direct an adaptation of the book starring Stanley Tucci in 2011, but the project never got off the ground. It says gay British designer Jonathan Anderson, who has made a name for himself in the world of fashion with creations for Lowe and his own label, were responsible for Queer's costumes. And I just love that old that whole idea of just like the atmosphere and the mood and fashion and stuff. Like I am a fan of Luca Guadagnino's work. So I always love like how he shoots scenes and his whole interaction with human behavior and pulling back the curtain on that, as well as like how he captures areas like with Call Me by Your Name. I just love how he captured Italy. Also, just like the mood and the atmosphere of that and like the locations, like creating a character out of Italy. So we're going to see that with Mexico. And then also the fashions and the cars and just the overall vibe and the mood. So I'm always into that. Like I'm always like, when it comes to filmmaking, it's not always about the dialogue. It's not always about the acting. It's also about the mood and the atmosphere and the fact that the area in which it's shot itself becomes a character. That's another reason why I love this the recent Batman movie, because Gotham City, in regards of like Batman and all these other things going on, Gotham City is a character within itself. So I'm here for this. I'm excited. I'm excited to see this project that he's got coming out. And they said that he's set to also start production on his next film in July. After the Hunt stars Julia Roberts, Andrew Garfield, and Ado Edebiri, who is from The Bear, which the new season, I believe, starts this week. I'm excited about that. And then he's supposed to direct Lord of the Flies with a script by gay screenwriter Patrick Ness. Child, can you imagine him taking on Lord of the Flies? One of the things is Lord of the Flies is my all-time favorite book as a kid growing up. And if he's actually going to go there and explore the themes of like the homoeroticism of this film, Lord of the Flies, and incorporate that, because I feel like so many of the versions of Lord of the Flies shied away from that. You can't have a bunch of boys in no damn island and they not fucking. Like, come on. Or at least have the exploration. I'm not saying that we really need to see child porn, because I know he ain't gonna step in that. But if you could, you'll probably have a bunch of kids up on there that are of age. We're not gonna have like a Bryan Singer situation where you had the little teenage boys showering nude in that movie with Brad Renfro at Pupil. Remember that whole controversy? We ain't gonna have that again. But I would definitely love to see how he explores Lord of the Flies and for this generation and hit those things. Because I always said that when you're gonna revive something, the question you need to ask yourself is, what is the story you're trying to tell in this generation? It's the thing that I saw with Kayla Says when she was talking about Cabaret and this whole controversy that's going on around Eddie Redmayne playing the MC, who was originally played by Alan Cumming back in the 90s. What is the story that you're trying to tell, especially when you're talking about these people that were dealing with fascism in Nazi Germany, and how you had all these people that were in the arts and how they were seeing like they're not a part of whatever's going on out there in the world of politics, that's between them. But in here, we get to explore our hedonism, our hedonistic ways, and all this other stuff. So I always feel like when you're bringing this into this new generation, what is the story you're trying to tell? And y'all can't shy away from them themes like y'all did back in the day. They were scared to do it now, but I feel like in the arts now, people feel the freedom of wanting to bring those things up and speak about it now. So I say all that to say, what do you guys think of this story? Are you excited for Luca Guadagnino's next film, Queer, and what he's going to bring up in regards to? I'm excited for it. So it said it's going to have its world premiere at the Venice Film Festival, held between the 28th of August and the 7th of September. So I'm definitely. Oh, I thought I lost my. I was like, what happened? My camera went out. Hold on. Let me know in the comments down below. I just went to close the thing. Hold on. Refresh. Let me refresh. I was like, damn, what happened to my camera went out for a second? But anyway, we back. But let me know what y'all think in the story down below. I was like, child, what happened? But anyway, so I'm glad I finished. I was at the end of that when that whole situation happened. I was like, what the hell happened to my camera? That happens, but we live, group. Oh, so it says, I heard he was a monster to Angelina's mother, and she loved her mother like a goddess over her father who believed she didn't believe. My mom even said we shouldn't let politics destroy. Exactly, because isn't he like a Trump supporter, I think? I'm a conservative, but I love you. I told you I'm a libertarian that leaned as a registered Republican. Look, I don't go against people's policy. Whatever your politics are, it is what it is. As long as we can agree to disagree and your political beliefs doesn't affect mine in regards to like, well, I don't want you to have rights and all that. So I want to have the rights, but you can't exist as a human being in this world. When your political beliefs start to trickle down and affect other people's beliefs, I don't like that. If you want to be, like I said, I fall in the middle in a lot of things. I have my conservative moments and I have my liberal moments. I don't think everybody is just, um, leaning one side. And the funny thing is, Donald Trump tried to get the libertarians, and they looked at him like, child, you don't even believe half the shit that's coming out your mouth. So one thing I love about libertarian, even though I don't agree with a lot of the policies, libertarians are not afraid to hold Donald Trump's feet to the fire and and call him out on his bullshit. So that's what I like about, the libertarians. Whereas Republicans, they'll do anything for a win. Democrats sit on their hands like, oh, what's going on? What's happening? The Republicans are doing all this other stuff, and they just try to act completely fucking oblivious. And it's like, really? Don't play dumb. Yeah, I noticed that her middle name was Jolie. Prince to receive a posthumous Walk of Fame. He should have been got his Walk of Fame. I'm told rebooting everything. Yeah, they should. What? Who's rebooting everything? But yeah. So let me take that banner out. Oh look, we did another 4-hour show. But anyway, oh wait, I thought I took that out. I don't know why that's still in there. Please hold. Okay, so yeah. We are at the end of the show. Another 4-hour show down. Yes. I'll probably be on tomorrow, whatever the case is, if I have the time. We'll see what's it doing and all this other stuff. But anyway, before y'all click off, any questions, comments, or concerns before we get up out of here? Either way, please do me a solid, hit that like button, that subscribe button, that notification button, so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Said, did I see the CVTW announcement? No, what is that? What announcement's coming? The internet computer repeat watch with popcorn and my cat. As a child, something, I don't know what's going on, but I was like, yeah, I had to refresh. I was like, wait, what happened? I just went to close one of the windows for the story I was doing. All of a sudden, my damn computer went out. Well, are you talking about, wait, is it CW? Because I'm like, what's Canada versus the world. I don't know why that didn't compute. Wait, what's going on with Canada versus the world? Is there something? Wait, let me see if there's, I'm going to check the gay blogs. I'm like, what's the T? Tell me what's the T? What's the T? Now tell me what's the T? I see they got an eligible bachelor thing that's going on in regards of Out TV. Oh yeah, I did see it. Now I see the article about Sophie's album. I saw that on Out. But yeah, they have like a eligible bachelor thing I see on Out magazine where they got who they got on here? Chella Man. Chella Man always been known as on the market from y'all, and he's a good looking man too. Noah J. Ricketts. I don't know who that is. I guess he's on Broadway. He plays Kristoff in Frozen. I see Ricky Martin. Ricky Martin, and his foot fetish, Colton Haynes, who was just on an episode of Drag Race. Troye Sivan, Wilson Cruz. Who else? David Archuleta, Hold the Mayo, Cade Gottlieb, who, you know, is Got Mick and from Drag Race, and Shooty Gawa, who, you know, was on he was on Sex Education, Barbies, Doctor Who. I love Shooty's fashion choices. So who else? I'm just trying to see if there's an announcement. Oh, they doing a Jennifer Lawrence is about to start a Real Housewives inspired murder mystery role, and they got Lisa Rinna pictures. They probably use her as a reference. Drag Race Star explains why she's taking a step back from drag. Okay, so I'll save that for tomorrow. When we talk about a drag race queen, because you know we always talk about so they're talking about Canada versus the World's announcement on Wednesday. Well, you know, they be quick with it. They can stitch together a trailer or whatever the case or announcement, because you know these shows just be coming quick. But yeah, we'll talk about that on when the time comes, and we'll go down the list, and we'll talk about all the queens that are on the show and if we think yay or nay. So it's cute or whatever. Whatever happened to, they need to bring back UK versus the world. I'll live for that. But I don't know if if they do Canada versus the world, I need RuPaul to judge. I don't particularly care for them judges over in Canada, but whatever. Like I said, we'll talk about it. But what's going on with the upcoming? What's up with Canada's Drag Race? Like, what's going on with that? I need to know if they're coming up with that sooner or later. But anyway, like I said, we'll talk about it when that pops up. He said, what does my shirt say? It's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard. That's what it says. It's a joke, not a dick. Don't take it so hard. I had a friend of mine design it for me, actually, because I had said that one day, and I was like, "Could you put it on a shirt?" He was like, "Yeah." So I was like, "Yeah, this was the mood I was in today." So that's why I threw the shirt on. But anyway, so we are at the end of the show. Thank you for watching. And please hit that like button, that subscribe button, notification button, so that way you know when we go live with a brand new episode of Chris Avalon Unfiltered. Thank you everyone that was in the comments that were, you know, conversing with me throughout today's show. I'll probably come on tomorrow, depending on if there's some interesting tea to come out that, you know, is going to come out, whatever the case is. Love you, love you, love you. And until next time, ciao, darlings.